Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Actually, no, only ladies, gentlemen, whatever your preferred whatever is. No children, because unless you're with your parents, let's go with that. I hope you're all having a wonderful evening. I am here. There was just a cat I in my kitchen. I thought I had her on camera. She moved. The camera then was moved. It's quite disappointing to me, to be honest. She was sitting right there. I was like, yes, yeah, timing, perfect, baby. Let's go. Then she left. I am happy that you guys are here tonight. I hope you can hear me. If you're new here, this is my kitchen. I'm gonna cook dinner. There's stuff back there. I haven't quite figured out what it is yet, but those are the ingredients I'm about to use. We are gonna watch another TPO hearing, and I hope you enjoy. And after that, we may have a detention hearing as well. Let's get this going. I have to, what do I have to do? Oh, yeah. Well, I'll just, you know what? Here's the deal. This isn't all glamour all day. Let's just look at this situation here. Okay. This is the kitchen court setup today to see how I can see at the right level. Anyways, I love y'all. I hope you're having a good time. We're gonna get this going right quick. Let's do it. Now. Oh, I gotta get out of the way. Get out of the way. Oh, wrong button. Anyways, also, I skipped a little bit for us that was just nada. Oh, not that small. That's a little bit depressing, isn't it? Okay, let's go.
All right. All right. We are still in the morning. Good morning, everyone. I understand both of y'all have met with a facilitator, and we're unable to reach an agreement, so we're going to go ahead and have the hearing in this case. This is case number, position 10 on the calendar, case number 23P03056, Mark Parrish versus Andre Lloyd. Mr. Lloyd was served on March 31st. My investigator is present. At this time, I'm just going to give you a little bit of instructions about how this is going to go. Um, so I will swear both of you in, and then I will hear from the petitioner first because it's his burden, being the person who filed the case. And I will hear from him and any witnesses. And then I will swear in the respondent and hear from him and any witnesses he wishes to provide and any evidence. And then the parties can question the other party's witnesses. As to questioning each other, I will have, if there's a factual question you want to ask, you can ask it to me and I will ask them about what they've testified to. But regardless, you will have a chance to let the court know everything that you want the court to know when it's your turn to testify. So some people choose not to ask any questions and just tell the court what they want to know, and some people may want to ask a few factual questions about what was testified to by the other party when they testify. At that point, when the other party is testifying, though, I will ask that the parties remain muted and not interrupt each other. If there's a specific objection, generally attorneys know the laws for objection, and an objection is not, I don't agree with what they're saying, or I think they're lying. It has to be a legal basis for the objection. And so generally, there won't be many of those with pro se parties, but we won't be interrupting each other because you don't agree with what they're saying. Okay. We will handle this civilly, even though I know it is a very difficult situation for all involved. Um, we will have the other party stay muted while one party is talking to keep down background noise, because on Zoom it can be difficult to hear, and if people can't talk over each other, we can't hear what everybody's saying. So if you would each raise your right hands, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury, Mr. Parrish?
Yes, I do.
All right, and Mr. Lloyd?
Yes, I do. I swear.
All right, thank you. All right, and at this point, I will ask, and I do need to, I understand just from the petition, it looks like there may have been at least one arrest in the past. So if either party has any pending criminal cases, I need to let you know that, and I'll ask before you I'll remind you of this before there's any testimony, but that anything you say can be used against you in your criminal proceeding. And so you just need to be aware of that and have that in mind before you decide if you wish to testify yourself or not, okay?
Okay.
All right. So at this point, Mr. Parrish, I'm going to ask you, can you state your full name, please, sir?
Yeah, Mark Philandra Parrish.
All right. And how do you know, do you live in DeKalb County?
Yes, I do. Been for 23 years now.
Okay. Have you been at that same residence?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And how do you know the respondent, Mr. Lloyd?
He moved in with his mother-in-law, I guess, several years ago, about 5 or 6 years ago.
All right. And like I said before, my opening announcements, if I'm not looking up, it's because I'm taking fastidious notes, so I don't miss anything. So I am actively listening. I promise both of you. So you've been living there 23 years. He moved in 5 to 6 years ago.
Yes.
Why did you file this petition that's before the court now?
Well, initially, I caught him on my ring cameras, urinating in a can, and he tossed it across the fence into my bass boat.
All right, now I'm gonna, and I will stop sometimes to make sure I get information. Because for stalking, because this is a stalking petition, so I have to keep the law for stalking, and there's very specific things. Stalking is kind of, because there's.
Okay, I gotta put my apron on firstly. Secondly, the volume's bad. I apologize. It's my fault. It will get better. There's like a nighttime volume and a daytime volume, and the daytime volume should be loud for recording, but sometimes I'm up late. So this was an early morning thing. Did he, sorry, say that his ring camera just caught his neighbor wee-weeing in a can and throwing it over the fence? And as always, she is really interesting with the particular questions she has. I love to see it. Anyways, I'm washing my rice to begin with. I maybe I heard wrong. That's possible. Maybe. I'm washing my rice. I'm throwing this together on the fly, so we're gonna do that. I'm not very good at that, but Shakshuka is very good. I'm talking to the chat. For anybody watching on the replay crew. Okay. A pea bomb. See, yeah. And to me, like, yeah, that's gross. What does a ring have a special, like, so much pee today? Why? Anyways, let's go.
There's no familial relationship. It's the highest burden for a particular order, and there's certain things I have to see or find of behavior over a period of time. And so I'm going to be asking questions that at times to interrupt either party and witnesses, just so to that will help me have the information I need to make decisions. Okay. So around when was this that you alleged that he threw urine into your boat?
This was about a year and a half ago. It was, I give you the exact date because I still got a police report right here. Your Honor, I object.
Okay, so remember when I said we're not going to interrupt? Now, I'll hear this objection, but we're not going to keep interrupting each other if there are not reasons for the if they're not legal reasons for the objection. So tell me what your objection is to this.
Yes, Your Honor. My objection is that this case is pending. It has not been adjudicated, and these are just allegations, Your Honor.
Okay, and so that's what we're here on is allegations. That's not a legal objection for him to not introduce this evidence. He can say what he's arguing that you've done. That's why we're here. And then you will have a chance to tell me what you want me to know about the allegations. Okay, that's why I was saying I know the criminal case is pending. This is another lane. So this goes forward. This is the civil lane of allegations about behavior. And so he just because you're arrested does not make this evidence not admissible because it hasn't been a conviction. Okay.
Yes, Your Honor. I would just like to say, as far as the police report that he's saying, that is hearsay, Your Honor.
Okay. He's not to make this when the question was around when was this vote incident?
It was 10/28/21. I also got a judgment from magistrate court for 2404 for damages to my boat.
Okay, so this is one. I don't need to see that. So this is one incident, right?
Yes, that's one.
Okay, so there was an incident that you're alleging that he threw urine into your boat.
Yes,
and you
Carl
want to
Ring.
report on that is what you're telling me.
It was all recorded on ring camera.
Okay, and that was so October of 2021 is
Yes. Case number is
about 2.5
Yes.
years. No. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
I have a case number for that too. Also, there was a report filed. Cops came out, but he ran.
Okay. So, and you recorded that on your ring.
Yes.
It was reported to the police. Okay.
They came out. Yes.
Okay. So, what happened, if anything, after that?
So after that, I tried to file a TPO. It got denied initially the first time. They said it wasn't stalking, but it was some threats made.
Okay.
And then after that, I got a civil judgment for the boat thing for 240408 for damages to my property.
Okay. So, what actions did he commit after that, if any?
Verbal threats. He's gonna beat my egg.
So when? Yeah, I need you to give me some time frames for
Okay.
this.
All right. On the 17th. On the 17th, he got arrested. And got a special bond,
Now, when you say the 17th of when?
The 22nd, 2022. He was arrested and he released on a special bond.
So wait, hold on. In 2022, what month approximately are we talking about?
That was May 17th. He got a
May
special bond
17th of 2022. Okay, so May 22. So what happened that time?
He was on the 16th of that month. He was wetting my cars down with a water hose or a water sprinkler. My girl just got a car detail, and I caught that on ring camera as well. He's outside with a yard sprinkler aimed toward my house, wetting all my cars. He wet my truck. He wet my mailbox.
Was the sprinkler in his yard?
Yeah, but he had an angle where it's fanning over my way, not fanning in his yard. I don't mind the sprinklers, but let it, wet your yard, not my yard, my vehicles and my dog.
Okay. Okay. And so what happened on that day?
So the police was called, got a report done. They asked him to cut the water off, so he did cut the water off. Then I guess a couple of days later, same thing. He back at it again with the sprinklers. So I called the cops back out. He got arrested. And the result of him being arrested, he had to sign a special bond to get out of jail, a warrant, 21W019279. To stay away from me, no communication, no nothing with me.
Okay, so there's a no contact special condition. That case is still open, right?
Yes, but he violated that, I guess, about 3 weeks ago. With the threats, terrorist threats. He's gonna kill me, beat me up, and I don't want to kill you.
Okay, so hold on. So I have an incident in October of 2021.
Yes.
And then an incident in May of 2022 that resulted in a pending case.
Yes, ma'am.
No contact bond condition. And is the other case pending as well?
We got another case just about 3 weeks ago with the chairman. He got written up. Police came out.
Well, hold on. So 3 weeks ago, which would be
Yeah.
like March of 2023.
Yeah, it was where it was.
Okay, and hey, listen, I need to let y'all know if you have any witnesses, they have to be in different rooms out of earshot. You can't have witnesses listening to what everyone's saying and commenting and telling other people what to say.
Okay,
So,
no, that's
okay,
fine.
so just make sure any witnesses are out of the other room. So I just need you to rely fast. It doesn't have to be exact, but I need you to tell me from your understanding and personal experience, approximately, you said 3 weeks ago, what happened?
I was going outside. He was on the other side of the stop sign. He came walking toward me, cursing, making threats. What are you gonna do to me?
Okay, let me ask you this. So, where were you?
I was in my yard.
You were in
My
your
yard.
yard.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And where was he?
He was in the street. He was coming down the street, coming toward me.
Was he on foot?
He was walking.
Okay. All right.
He had his dog. He's gonna go put his dog up. He's gonna come beat me up. You know, he wanna do all kind of stuff to him. I'm just listening to him talk all this stuff, you know. So then I said, let me call the cops again. So basically a whole bunch of threats about what he gonna do to me. He hate me. He's gonna jump on me. I don't want to kill you, but I should kill you. All kind of stuff. That's just some stuff that a grown man shouldn't do.
All right. At that point, were you in fear for your safety?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Did so you said you called the police? Did they come out?
Yes, they came out. They did a report for terrorist threats. They
But
saw
did
the ring footage.
I know what the report, but do you know if they made any arrests?
Well, he got arrested. He sure did. Got arrested. He had a criminal warrant. He had a criminal.
But was he arrested for
bench warrant.
terroristic threats?
He got arrested for. He had a bench warrant out.
So he had a failure to appear.
Yes, ma'am. In fact, the appeal was for us going to court for my criminal damages. He never
But that's
showed
one of the
up.
older cases. So
Yeah,
he wasn't arrested for anything involving this incident and you.
Not yet.
Okay. But they took a report for terroristic threats, is what
Yes,
you
ma'am.
said. Okay.
Yes. So he got arrested that time also.
Okay.
It's been like I think I've been like twice. He's been arrested twice.
Okay, I understand. But that's twice in over almost a 1.5 year period.
Yes, ma'am. This stuff been going on since 21.
I understand, but for stalking, I'm looking at.
Okay, for the stalking thing.
Hold on.
Okay.
So I understand he's been arrested a few times, but it's over a longer time period. What I'm looking at is this enough incidents over enough of a time period to rise to the level of stalking? So that's what I'm looking at.
Okay.
So in between these arrests, has anything else happened?
Yes, it has.
Okay, tell me what that is.
Okay, back in February, I was coming home on my motorcycle. So apparently the guy saw me. I was coming down the block. He was coming down the block. He pulled in the center of the road, so I stopped. So I attempted to go around. He pulled up, stopped, trying to block the way. I'm on a motorcycle now. He's trying to block the road to keep me from coming home to my house. You know, so I'm on a two-wheel bike. He's in the car. I don't think there's nothing to play with. I leave out. He leave out. Like he's following me around. I go up to the store, look around. There he is at the light. I'm like, what's up with this guy?
So when he pulled up and you did you go back to were you going to your house?
I was coming in my subdivision. Yes, I was.
Did you go to your house?
When I stopped, he stopped as I came to my house. I had to speed up around the guy to get around the guy. Because he was playing with his car, you know? So he gets out, doing the same old thing, cursing, hollering, what are you gonna do? I'm this, I'm that.
Okay, so what exactly was he saying that you were saying he was saying?
You want me to say what he said? I'm a punk,
Yes,
I'm a punk motherfucker. He hate me. I can't stand you. I want to beat your ass. Same old stuff been going on forever. Same thing out of the guy. He just don't get it. I'm trying to be the cool head about the whole situation.
All right. And has any other time anything else happened during this 1.5 year period?
Oh. Yeah, this is all current stuff. This current. What I'm telling you, all this is current.
No, I understand. I'm saying you mentioned these 4 bigger times.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes I didn't call the cops. He'd come out with the same stuff, cursing, hollering, screaming.
So how often does that happen?
And it just happened, I guess, about I guess last week I had to call the animal control out. This guy lets his dog out on me. I got that on ring footage too. Then he come out cursing, hollering, screaming at the dog, saying all kind of crazy stuff. But he let the dog out on me. Now I have a dog myself, but I don't let my dog out on people.
And when you say he lets the dog out on you, where are you and where's the dog?
I mean, the first time in my driveway, the dog came charging over at me. The second time last week, I'm down in front of my house getting in my car. Here come the dog charging me again.
So how do you know he's intentionally letting the dog out on
The
you?
dog came from when he opened the garage. When he opened the garage door, the dog came running out wide open.
Okay. So
No leash, no nothing. The dog ran out fast as he can come charging directly at me.
okay.
And he also charged my girlfriend. Same thing.
But where's the respondent when this is happening?
I guess he's in the house and he'll come out screaming, cussing, hollering.
Okay, so tell me about this coming out screaming. How often has that happened?
So many times. I guess over 20 or 30 times.
Okay.
So many times.
And usually, how does that happen? Where are you? What are you doing?
When I come out, it's like he's watching me. When I come out my garage, here he comes. I'm like, what does he want? Cursing, hollering, screaming. I don't even talk to him. So why are you watching me? Why are you coming out, just constantly trying to bother me? I don't even speak to you. I don't come in Miss Willamette yard. I don't talk to him. I don't wave at him. He's just like he got a thing for me. Like he's obsessed with something. I don't know what's his problem.
And what sort of things is he saying when you notice him, when you hear him?
Punk motherfucker, fuck you. You ain't shit. Bitch ass, you nothing but a bitch. You ain't about shit. I'll fuck you up. That same thing over and over again. Just a whole lot of shit at y'all, which I'm pretty much getting fed up with. So that's why we're here today. Trying to let him understand that's not the way you handle business.
Okay.
And everybody heard it. All the neighbors, I got to call all on ring. It's all caught on ring, the stuff he does. I'm not making nothing.
All right. Have you submitted any of that into evidence?
Yes.
All right.
Not here, not in court. No.
Okay, that's what I'm looking at. That's what that in your
Okay. No, the detective has it. The first judge had it.
So this is all set. Hold on, let me look. We're gonna look in Odyssey to see if anything, because the Zoom instructions that everybody got had instructions on how to do that if you needed to do that.
Okay.
So I just want to see, and Miss Broom may be able to help me. I'm trying to pull the case up. All right, let's see. All right, yeah, it doesn't look like there's one exhibit, but it looks like it may have been submitted by the defendant. So, what else do you, want the court to know about what's been going on and why you filed this petition?
I filed a petition, for my protection and also for my girlfriend's protection, because this dude here, every other day is something with him, making threats, cursing me out. I'm everything but a person, It's getting to be too much, and he's right next door. He playing like he gonna walk in my yard. He don't. He even violated the TPO that we just got in place 30 days ago. He all in front of my yard, acting like he gonna walk in the yard with the dog.
Hold on. When was this?
It was about 2 weeks ago.
But it looks like he was served on April 4th. So would this have been before or after he would have been served?
Well, I don't know exactly when he got started. I know when I actually put in the petition for the TPO.
I understand. I'm trying. Yeah. He can't violate it if he hadn't been served with it. Is what I'm trying to see. Yeah. So you said 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Today's the 13th, so that might have been before then.
So what about this warrant he did? This warrant for special bond release.
That's on the criminal. So that's something that can be brought up to the prosecutor in the criminal case. But that's not something I'm taking it into consideration. But it's not something. It's not for this court. But that can be considered. That's not
this mark here on the release. I didn't have any contact with me.
I understand. That's already in place. Yeah. Okay. So you said 2 weeks ago he came up. Where were you and what exactly was he saying?
Right going to my car, Same thing, cursing. Get my dog, cursing the dog out. Just I don't
Was
even
he,
know.
did he threaten you on that day?
Not that day. I guess that was about what, about 3 weeks ago. The threats.
He was yelling at the dog?
Yeah, about a week and a half ago, he cursing the dog out. Yelling, kind of walking down the street. But 3 weeks ago, that's when he made the threats against me. About
Okay.
3 weeks ago.
Okay. All right. Anything else you want me to know for your testimony?
I think I'm good.
Okay. All right. Mr. Lloyd, do you have any specific questions you would, minding, like I said, one, you have a criminal case. Well, we're not at your testimony yet, but you will have a chance to testify if you choose to, and let the court know what you want me to know. But do you have any specific questions factually about what he has testified to that you would like me to ask him?
No, not this time, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So Mr. Parrish, do you have any witnesses?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Who is your first witness?
Mary Tate, my girlfriend.
Okay. And is she logged in separately or is she somewhere here?
She's in the other room. I can get her though.
Okay, you can bring her in.
Come on in, Mary.
And I know you mentioned about protect you and your girlfriend, but every adult has to file on their own. So it would only be for residents if one was issued.
All right, no problem.
All right. Do you have any questions for Ms. Tate, Mr. Parrish?
Excuse me?
What would you like, Ms. Tate? Ms. Tate.
I just want to tell exactly what's going on, what's been going on for years now.
All right, Ms. Tate, what have you observed about any acts of stalking by Mr. Lloyd towards Mr. Parrish?
So I actually live in the residence, Your Honor. So what I have noticed is since I've been in the residence, which has been probably a little bit before 2020, 21, at the beginning of the year, I moved in
2.5 years ago.
Yeah, 2.5 years ago. So Mark is gone most of the day, right? In the morning time when he goes out, to take the trash out or whatever the case may be, he's met by Mr. Lloyd. In the morning time, screaming obscenities.
So let me ask this,
Here in the home.
have you witnessed these incidents?
Yes.
Okay, so tell me about some examples of ones you have witnessed.
So the last incident, I work from home. The last incident, I heard all this yelling and hollering outside, and I was like, "Oh my gosh, it's not him next door again," right? So I went outside and I could see him, Mr. Lloyd, at the top of the street, in the middle of the street, hollering down the street to Mark, saying he was going to kick his ass. Just a lot of obscenities. Just, it's embarrassing. And it had to be about 9 a.m. in the morning. And each incident with him is getting progressively worse. It's gone from, little things being caught on Ring camera to now he's, verbalizing that he wants to, do all kind of things to him, to the motorcycle incident when he tried to run him off the road, to, seeing him at the light. It's just getting worse and worse. I mean, we're doing everything that we can. I say we because I'm in the home too, but we're doing everything trying to go about it the right kind of way so that it won't escalate to who knows, And so the reason why I want the order as well is because
This was obviously. There we go.
I don't want him,
Lloyd.
Mm-hmm.
So that's something. So we're here today about acts of stalking, technically towards Mr. Parrish.
But yes, I have witnessed every incident that he said. I pretty much witnessed.
Now I have to fix this
some of
speed.
the
Hold on.
incidents.
I'm really trying to wait. Don't dare. Don't dare.
So, how often is the yelling all going one way, or is it going back and forth?
It's going one way. Mark pretty much ignores him. But I don't know. Honestly, I don't know what or why, right? But it's almost like it's a trigger for him when he sees Mark. It's just, you bitch motherfucker, you can just hear it all in the house. I mean, our neighbor, we're really close to each other. It's not like we have plenty of yard between us. You can hear him screaming all the way in the home.
So, do you hear it and go outside?
I hear it. I go outside. I'll stand in the garage. I might look out the window, But I just, because I don't know what, you just never know what people may do. And I don't know why it's so hard for him just to not say anything to Mark. Like, why he just can't go about his business. Because we're certainly not bothering him at all.
So, how many yelling incidents would you say there have been in the past 3 months?
I would say about 10.
Okay. All right. Anything else you would like me to know that you've seen or witnessed about what's going on?
No, that's it. Sometimes if I come home, like the other day I came home and Mark was just sitting in the car on the street. And I said, why are you sitting down here on the street? Like, he said, because he was outside. I didn't want to get out of the car. It's terrible. It is literally a nightmare.
Okay. All right. Mr. Lloyd, do you have any specific questions about what this witness has testified to that you would like to ask this witness?
Yes, Your Honor. I would like to ask, her name is, what's her name again? Miss Tate. Miss Tate, thank you for being here today. Have you and I ever had any words?
No.
Okay. Have you ever spoken to any of the other women who live over here?
No.
Okay. And how many times are you saying that you have been present outside during an altercation between me and Mr. Parrish?
In the door? In
No,
the garage?
outside.
Yeah, that's
The question
outside.
is outside while me and Mr. Parrish have been arguing. How many times have you been present?
Probably about, of all the times over the past over the past month, probably about 5 or 6 times.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
No more questions, Your Honor.
Yeah, where I've been able to hear and see exactly what was going on. Yeah.
Okay. All right. All right. Thank you, ma'am. I think that is enough. May she be excused? All right. Do you have any other witnesses, Mr. Parrish?
No, that's it.
All right. So at this point, I'm going to hear from Mr. Lloyd. Mr. Lloyd, like I said, it sounds like you from filings, it looks like you may have 2 open cases here in DeKalb involving the petitioner. So just like I said earlier, anything you say can be used against you in your criminal case. So just keep that in mind. And knowing that, do you still wish to testify, or do you have witnesses you would like to present, or both?
I want to testify, and I have witnesses to present, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. So you may tell the court what you want me to know about what the allegations are and what's going on.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. I'm a little nervous, and so I've taken the time to kind of write down. So I will be reading the vast majority of this. Is that okay, Your Honor?
Technically, that's not really a legal thing to do. You can refer to them as notes.
Okay, I would just
but I'll let you
my notes.
and testify from your experience and knowledge.
Thank
But
you very
if
much.
you refer to them, you're welcome to do that.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Okay, so first of all, good morning, Your Honor, once again. And my name is Andre Lloyd, and I do reside at 5939 Simone Drive, Your Honor. And I've been here almost 8 years now, Your Honor, since January of 2016. Once my father-in-law passed, my wife and I moved in here to help my mother-in-law support the house and to help take care of her. She's 75 years old. Okay, Your Honor. So today, Your Honor, I will show how Mr. Parrish has abused and manipulated the system, Your Honor, to get us where we are here today. His accusations are baseless and without merit, Your Honor. And I would show how Mr. Parrish has initiated and aggravated continuously the situation and pretends he's the victim. Your Honor, he's having fun with this. Okay. It's a game to him, Your Honor. You know, it's not a game to me or my family. I just want to be left alone, Your Honor. Mr. Parrish's ultimate objective, which he has said to me during our conversations, was he's going to get me put out from over here.
Okay,
Because
so I'm going to stop you here because I want motivations or something. But when you say you had conversations, give me examples of conversations you have had.
yes, he has said, "You're not the property owner over there. I'm going to get you put out."
When is the last time he said that to you?
Laughing
He said
so
the
hard.
that was the
So
last thing he said
much.
about, I'm
Oh
going to
my god. Okay, hold on here.
He has said, "You're not the property owner over there. I'm going to get you put out."
When is the last time he said that to you?
He said that was last said to us on our last incident. That was the 23rd of February.
And how was it that you are having a conversation with him?
Drive safe, man.
With that, with everything that happened on that day, I was about to get to that point. But I can answer your question if you want me to answer that right now, Your Honor. You want me to answer your question right
That
now?
would help me, yes.
Okay. And on the morning of the 23rd, I came outside to walk my dog. That was at about 9. Hold on, Your Honor. It was about 8:49 that morning. Okay, at that, I purposely, because of the continued issues with Mr. Parrish, I am a house husband, Your Honor. Okay, so I'm at home all day long. All right, for the most part, unless I have two side businesses which I do. I do construction, build decks and home improvement, and I am a cook. So I took my dog out at 8:49. Mr. Parrish was not outside. I tried to go out.
I'm a house husband, yes I am. Don't push me, baby, you know that I can. Kick your ass, cause I'm a house husband. Oh my god. Seriously, house husband. Sorry for that, probably came in really loud because of this. I couldn't resist. I'm gonna fry some tofu now while the curry makes itself. Let's hear about house husband.
Out early so to avoid Mr. Parrish. Okay, I go out. I'm outside every day before he is. Okay, except for on one occasion, and that was this last time. The last time, few days before, around the 21st of February, when my dog came out about 7:30 that morning. That was about Tuesday, I think it was. And I came outside to take Spirit out. I did not have Spirit on a leash because it was 7:30 in the morning. Mr. Parrish always leaves late. Okay, me and Mr. Parrish used to be friends, Your Honor. I want this know this for the record. We've drunk numerous, uncountable beers together. Okay, we've done all. We've done, he's driven the boat for our family went on the lake, up at Lake Altoona. He's been to my 50th birthday party. It was a formal tuxedo party. Him and his girlfriend that he was with at that time, Lisa. He has Mr. Parrish is a twin. I've been to his family's house, his sister's house, with his mother. We've been over to his. We were friends, Your Honor. Okay, so I don't want this to come off as if we have been some sort of enemies ever since I have moved here. We were friends before. I knew him before we moved here. My in-laws, he was here before they moved in. Me and my wife drove my in-laws here from California. Mr. Parrish was living here, and we hit it off from the very beginning. And then our friendship got better once my father-in-law passed and we moved into the house. Okay, I just wanted to give a little foundation on that, Your Honor. Okay, so but Mr. Parrish, when I was up at the corner, to go back to what happened on the 23rd, Your Honor, if I may, Mr. Parrish came out about 9 o'clock. Okay, and him and Bull came out. I was at the corner. He came out and stood in the middle of his street. He stood in the middle of the street. He looked up at the street, and he started laughing. He was staring in the middle of the street, and he started laughing at us. Okay, and then he called me a punk. Okay, now prior to this, Your Honor, 2 days prior to this, the dog catcher came to the house because he called the dog catcher on my dog. Now, Your Honor, I want to make very clear that I have never, ever sicked my dog on anybody. I don't know how to do that. My dog is not trained for that. What I
Let
am
me stop you
wrong.
again. I want to tell you something. So was a citation issued in that case? Do you know?
No, Your Honor.
Okay,
No
so just be
citation.
careful because any talk about dogs being off leash and things like that could also come back in a or be used against you in any animal control case as well. So
And it has. I mean, and if I could just explain to you, Your Honor, I just want
no,
you
that's fine. I just want to make sure you understand that before you say anything that
Yes,
you
I
could
do.
regret later. So, okay, go ahead.
Most definitely. So, the dog. That was the first time that the dog catcher came. Okay, what happened was, I was on the corner on this particular time. Okay, on this particular 2 times my dog has been off the leash, and I have spoken to the animal control. Okay, the issue that has happened is Mr. Parrish.
We've learned anything about court, it's that they are extremely hard on dogs. They will hold a dog for not having a fucking collar, but they let people go with crazy charges. I'm so glad you're all here. I'm really sorry about the volume. It was morning me. Anyways, let's continue. Do you hear my curry bubbling? I gotta put some oil in that pan too. Let's go.
My dog has never gone after Mr. Parrish. Okay, the dog was going after Bull. Bull, that's his dog's name. He has the big Bull Mastiff, 125-pound dog. My dog was not going after Mr. Parrish. Mr. Parrish knows this. My dog is a play dog. He was trying to play with his dog. Our dogs used to play together. Okay, until our relationships got worse. So then our dogs, he stopped letting his dog play with mine and those types of things, Your Honor. I've never sick my dog ran over on his property, and he was wrong, and I was wrong for that, for not having my dog on the leash. Okay, since that time, I had the dog on the leash, except for the second incident. Okay, this just happened last week. He called the dog catcher on my dog again. I opened up the garage door. It was 7:30 in the morning, and I did not expect Mr. Parrish to be out there because Mr. Parrish is never out there that early. I purposely go out earlier than him to avoid him, Your Honor. Okay, to avoid any type of run-in. We were walking down. I was going down to. I immediately saw Mr. Parrish at the end of the cul-de-sac. I called Spirit back. That's my dog's name. But Spirit ran a little bit towards him. Okay, Mr. Parrish hollered at him. You know, get back. And I called him. Spirit came on back. We went on up to the corner. He wasn't even 30 feet close to him, Your Honor. He wasn't even 30 feet close to him. I got Spirit. We went on up to the corner, and there was no other incident. And he called the dog catcher again. Okay. All right. So the dog catcher comes over, comes by just this past week, just this week. And what ended up happening from that, okay, was that we both got warned because Mr. Parrish never had his dog on the leash. So now, from the talk with the dog catcher, Your Honor, Mr. Parrish has to have his dog on the leash when he walks, and I must have my dog on the leash when he walks, and that solves everything. So that's where we are as far as the dogs goes.
Okay. And I'm not as concerned about the dogs.
Yes, ma'am.
That's the law or the code
Yes, ma'am.
in DeKalb County. I'm concerned about behavior. So my question to you was,
Yes, ma'am.
when you said that he was standing in the middle of the street laughing and called you a punk, and you said,
Yes, ma'am.
You said that's how you had a conversation. Is that what you're
That's
saying?
that's how the conversation started, Your Honor. I started calling him names back at him. This is all on video. Okay. All right. And I have a witness my witnesses can testify to this. Okay, that Mr. Parrish is trying to portray me, Your Honor, as some sort of menace. I am not a menace, Your Honor. I have not been doing any of the things that he has accused me of, Your Honor, and I have proof of it. Okay. Once I finish presenting my case, Your Honor, I'm quite sure that the court will see exactly what I'm saying, Your Honor.
All right, so what about the allegations about the boat and the sprinklers? Okay,
Your Honor. So, all right, as far as the boat and the sprinklers and stuff goes, if I may ask you, Your Honor, the sprinklers is not in this petition. Should that matter?
Well, it depends. Let me look at the petition. Generally, what's in the petition is what. Now, so what's alleged in the petition, but the history of the parties is always relevant.
Yes, Your Honor, I agree.
So it's relevant insofar as the history of the parties. But the petitioner will also be held to the petition. So just go ahead and tell me what you would like me to know, if anything, about those incidents.
Okay, yes, Your Honor. Okay. On the first incident where he says...
No, first I need to address a hilarious comment. First of all, yay, somebody just told me, Monica, 903 subs. Thank you so much. You all are in the first 1,000 club. Who throws a pee bomb? Maybe like a vegan or like a organic person who really doesn't like to make bad things, so they just think pee. Anyways, I love you guys so much. I'm so thankful for you all being here. I'm gonna do half the tofu in the curry and half the tofu fried. Let's continue listening to The House Husband. And thank you. And I know some of you are East Coast and some of you are going to sleep. And I want you to have a great evening and a great sleep and wake up refreshed and ready to go. Let's continue. Oh, 904, dancing in the kitchen. We are dancing now. Let's watch more court.
I just basically addressed the first incident, Your Honor. Basically, the first complaint that he made, which says that I shouted profanity. He shouted profanity at me at 9:30. He hollered at me several times. He was going to kick my ass, Your Honor. Your Honor, when Mr. Parrish came outside in the middle of the street, staring at me with his dog, and started laughing. We were shouting at each other, Your Honor, and he told me to come on. He was telling me to come on down here, come on, and inviting me to fight, Your Honor. He initiated, agitated, and manipulated the whole scene, Your Honor. The day prior, like I said, he called the dog catcher on my dog, and he knew What he knows, Your Honor, and the reason why there is no videotape of this being presented on his part, Your Honor, is because he knows where he was standing in the middle of the street that the video wasn't being recorded. Okay, his video wasn't being recorded in the middle of the street. These are unfortunate lies, Your Honor, that's being told against me. All right, I have witnesses that will tell you exactly what happened on that day, Your Honor. So as far as that one go, as far as his first accusation on saying that that did not happen, Your Honor. And then he goes on to say, Your Honor, I just want to make clear this. He goes to say that I tried to run him off the road with my car. I just want to say this, Your Honor, that Mr. Parrish has called the police over to our house 8 to 10 times since this has happened. Since the initial issue, 8 to 10 times the police have been called here. And why not this time did he call the police? If he's saying that I tried to run him off the road, something so dangerous, and he was, from his testimony, Your Honor, he said he was on his way home. He said, I was leaving, he was on his way home. If this happened, then why didn't he not report this? He reported some water from my sprinkler, Your Honor, that got in at the bottom of the driveway of his driveway. There was no water on no cars, Your Honor. The only reason why the police was called that day is because Mr. Parrish knew I had a warrant out for my arrest. On the 2 days where the two most frivolous things has happened, that was with some water being in his driveway, not on any vehicles. Mr. Parrish wasn't even home that day, Your Honor. Okay, when I was outside watering my lawn with a sprinkler. Okay, and what I have done since then to eliminate these lies being told on me, I water it by hand with a handgun sprinkler on the hose now. Instead of letting my sprinkler just wave back and forth, I just walk the whole yard with the sprinkler, with the sprinkler, a hand sprinkler, and I water my lawn that way, Your Honor. I am not out here trying to start, agitate, or do anything to Mr. Parrish, Your Honor. All I was doing was watering my lawn. When Mr. Parrish came home that evening, I saw him coming down the hill. Okay, I turned off the water before he even got to his driveway. So the absolute lie to be able to say that water was on, he was driving his truck. He was driving the truck, Your Honor. The water sprinkler was not even on when he pulled into the driveway. And so that's just another lie, Your Honor. And that's the only way that I can put this. That's just another lie that he's just, Mr. Parrish thinks that he's smarter than the court, Your Honor. He thinks that he can go ahead and make all these accusations, Your Honor, and that the court doesn't know any better. And so on his next accusation, Your Honor, he says, if I could just go back to that one more time, Your Honor. He said that he was coming into the subdivision. He said, I'm leaving out the subdivision. And I was swerving, keeping him from going around. If he calls the police on me for water, Your Honor, being in his driveway.
So I've heard that argument. I've heard that argument, sir.
Okay.
I hear what you're saying on that. You can go on to the next thing.
Yes, Your Honor. And so, he's saying that I threw urine in his boat, Your Honor. I did not throw any urine in his boat at all. And there is no video of anything like this being done at all, Your Honor. And this case is pending. Okay, that is a pending case. Nothing it did not happen. What did happen? Okay, what he's accused me of, I had a water pot sitting at the corner of my yard on a table, okay, where I was collecting rainwater. Okay, I'm a little bit of a horticulture. I like plants. I'm the plant guy for our family. So I was collecting the rainwater for the plants for the inside. This particular day, I go to look at the water, and it had leaves and had bugs and stuff in it. Okay, and because of that, I did not want to put that in my indoor plants. So I tossed the water over the fence, Your Honor. And unfortunately, some of the water got into Mr. Parrish's uncovered boat. And that is all that happened, Your Honor.
So
Okay.
that was into the fence. Is this a fence that separates
It's a
the
fence.
properties?
It's my fence, you know, and I misjudged where the boat was, Your Honor. Because the table that I have sitting in the corner of my yard, sitting in the corner, which I could show you right now if that's something that you would like to
It's not
see.
necessary.
Yes, Your Honor. But and I tossed it over the fence, and that's my fault that some of the water got in the thing. That was no intention of mine.
Was this in 2021?
Yeah, that was like in I think that was around like October or something of 21, Your Honor.
Okay. All right.
Okay, and then to go on to the next issue that he has, he says that I began parking a huge van. This is in his filing, Your Honor, in his petition. He says that I started parking a huge van at the end of his driveway so he could not get in, Your Honor. And this is also an untrue statement, Your Honor. My wife works in the movie industry, okay? And if you look at the respondents, 3, it's a photo that I've submitted for the court. Respondent 3, Your Honor.
Hold on, I'm not sure
Yes,
if we
ma'am.
have those. Miss Broom, please see if we have any evidence submitted.
I'm looking, Judge. I don't see any. Sir, did you get any information stated that we received your exhibits?
Yes, I did. Yes, I did, ma'am. It's 4 exhibits. Only 2 of them I'm going to use. One's a picture of the van parked on the street where that clearly shows that the van is not in front of Mr. Parrish's driveway. Mr. Parrish called.
I'm sorry, did you send it under your name?
Under the case name, under the case number.
Okay.
All right, just give her a second to see if we can find those.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Judge. I just see an email saying that it was a video that didn't go through because of the size, and they asked you to resend it in a different size. And this was done on April the 12th at 9:12 a.m.
Okay. So but there.
Hi, Michelle's house husband. I hope you're pretty good too. I'm just kidding. But hi, if you are watching, thank you. One of my new subs, you're still in the 1000 club.
There was nothing else that came through?
No.
So you don't have any pardon me, ma'am. You don't have any photos. It should be a photo. It should be a photo of the van, which I have marked as R3. Because I've sent in a couple of things.
Okay, I'll keep checking, Judge. I'll keep checking.
All right, just hold on. All right. We're going to take a 5-minute recess to see what we have.
Yes, Your Honor.
Take a break if you need to, and then
Yes,
we'll be back in about 5 minutes, okay?
It was not 5 minutes. Let's roll that back just so that you can hear his little hot mic moment. I couldn't resist. I forgot. But It was absolutely not 5 minutes, and they do not alert you when these go back on. It is like playing a bad lottery game sometimes. Anyways, let's continue. I'm glad everyone's here and watching. You're all welcome. I'm making fried tofu on the stove with panko breadcrumbs.
I need to submit this shit.
Judge, I'll keep checking.
All right, just hold on. All right. We're going to take a 5-minute recess to see what we have.
Yes, Your Honor.
Take a break if you need to, and then
Yes, Your
we'll be back in about 5 minutes, okay?
I need to submit this shit.
For one moment.
Okay. Okay, Judge, we're ready.
All right. Okay, so, Miss, so there's a photograph, sir, that you were wanting us to look at. I believe we have located that.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
All right, Miss Broom, could you pull up? Now, what is this photograph of, sir?
Yes, Your Honor. This photograph is a picture of our property.
Whoa, you're talking fast for a minute. I need to fix it. I can't handle her fast.
Your Honor. Okay. Our Mr. Parrish's house is the one that's to the left. If you can see the long driveway with the vehicle and the truck and the boat that is in the driveway, Your Honor. In the photo, as you look at the photo, his home is to the left. My home is to the right. Okay. Mr. Parrish has called the police on my wife's van. That van that you see parked right there, 2 times, saying that van, while we were gone, Granny, trying to have it told, and saying that van was blocking his driveway, Your Honor. And he's also put that in his petition. That is where the van sits, right there in front of our property. It has nothing to do with his blocking him whatsoever, Your Honor. And he's called the police on us 2 times for this.
What happened when the police came out?
On the second time, the first time my son was there, we were camping. My wife and I were camping, so we weren't there. The second time, the same officer was there the second time, Your Honor. And she came both times. She told me, and I spoke with her on the phone. I told her what had been going on between me and Mr. Parrish. And she said that she would talk to him and let him know because it's not blocking his driveway.
Okay, but is this the van that you drive, or is this your wife's?
This is my wife's van. I don't drive a van. You know what I'm saying? So in his petition, he says that it's my van, but it's not my van. It's my wife's van. My wife.
It's my wife's van. I'm a kept man. I'm a house husband. I don't drive no van. I'm sorry. Could not resist. Anyways, hi Leather Lashes. Hi everybody who's here. Check out this lovely fried tofu. As we listen to, if you're just joining us, this is a house husband who is did I say what I meant to say? What I meant to say is in these cases, when it says letter P, it means the plaintiff, I guess, and then if it's R, it's the respondent. Petitioner, it's the petitioner. Anyways, let's go.
I don't have a van at all. My wife drives, like I said, she drives movie and she drives cast and crew for the movie industry.
Okay.
And so this is just another example, what I'm trying to show, Your Honor, of the misleading that Mr. Parrish has done. He hasn't called the police on that van anymore because the police officer said she was going to tell him, don't call us out here no more about this because it's not a violation. So he hasn't called anymore about that. But for whatever reason, he chose to put it in his petition.
Okay. Is there any other evidence or anything else you would like me to know?
Yes, Your Honor. And so, okay, yes, Your Honor. On that day, a police report was generated. Okay, and on that report, for reference, Your Honor, that is R4, respondents 4, Your Honor.
Mm-hmm.
And if you take a moment, Your Honor, to look at the narrative.
Okay, so
bottom
so tell me why you're wanting me to look at this.
Yes, Your Honor. Because Mr. Parrish on paragraph 2.
I'm sorry, but how drunk do they sound when they're on half speed? Yes, Your Honor. Yes.
Paragraph 2, sentence 4, Your Honor. It reads, Mr. Parrish said he recorded Mr. Lloyd cursing him out from down the street and into his garage. He stated when Mr. Lloyd got in the garage, he pulled up his shirt and showed a gun tucked in the waistband of his pants and threatened to kill him. And what I'm saying about that, Your Honor, the reason why I'm bringing that up, Your Honor, is this is another lie. It's another example of a lie. And if this happened, why is this not in the TPO? He told this lie to the police officers. And this was the incident.
We can take it down now. So this is more a police summary. It's more, this would be hearsay, actually. But it was something that you could have asked him about if he did not ask him about telling the police that. But you're saying that he's made allegations that did not pan out with the police.
That is correct, Your Honor. I did not go to jail for anything that he accused me of on the 2 times I have been incarcerated because of the times Mr. Parrish has called the police on me, Your Honor. The first time was with the water being in his driveway. Mr. Parrish knew I had an outstanding warrant. That's all in his arguing with us arguing back and forth. He's always saying, "I'm gonna see if you got a warrant. I'm gonna see if you got a warrant." Okay, so I got arrested that first time. That had anything to do with him.
So let me ask you this: when you say arguing, and I'm gonna see you got a warrant, are y'all having a back and forth at this time?
We're having a back and forth at that time. Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Is there any other evidence or anything you want me to know?
Yes, Your Honor. I have 2 witnesses that I would like to call.
All right. Just 1 second. Mr. Parrish, are there any questions, specific questions about what Mr. Lloyd has testified to? But also knowing that you will have a chance, since you carry the burden, to speak to the court one last time.
Okay, I also submitted some ring footage. I did it on break. I submitted all the pictures of the ring. You said I didn't have evidence. I submitted it to you guys' email.
Okay. Well, have you gotten a response yet? Because you were supposed to have done this beforehand per the instructions that were on your notice.
No, I haven't, but I did submit it. So if you say you didn't do it, it's there.
Okay, well, it's not there yet if we have not gotten it, if you just submitted it while we were on break. So we will keep going with his case, and then when we get to you again, we'll see if it has been there, and Ms. Broom will keep an eye out for it, okay?
But he just, a lot of stuff he's saying, like him wearing my truck and my dog, the cops came out.
Mm-hmm.
They wrote, it's in the report, they wrote it up in the report. My truck was wet, my dog was wet, my girl called, it's all in the police report.
Okay, stop. We're not, nope. We're not having back and forth.
It's
I
all
told
in,
you,
you said it's not, but it's all in the
sir,
report.
Mr. Parrish.
Hmm?
I said you will have a chance at the end.
Okay, all right, no, I'm sorry.
To tell the court what you want me to know.
Okay.
If you have any specific factual questions, not he's lying, not I don't agree with it, but ask him if this, I can ask him that.
Okay.
But at this point, this is not the time for you to testify again, okay?
Okay.
So do you have a specific question about what he has been testifying to?
No, I'm fine. I don't.
Okay, you will have a chance after he's done presenting his evidence to follow up with anything you wish to, okay? All right, thank you. Okay,
Your Honor?
yes.
Yeah, I did have one more thing I have to say before I call my witnesses.
Okay, what is that?
If that's permissible. Your Honor, the very last time on that 23rd, on the 23rd incident, the 23rd of February, I called the police on that day. Okay? I called the authorities because Mr. Parrish did show me his gun out in the middle of the street. He pulled up his gun. It's a gray color. It was a grayish green colored clip handle gun, maybe like a 9mm or something. I don't know the millimeter of it, but he showed in the street, in the middle of the street. And so I tried to find it on the ring, on my ring camera. Okay, but he's in the middle of the street, so it doesn't show.
Hold on a second. I also want to tell y'all, hold on. Like I said at the beginning, these neighbor situations are very difficult and very contentious. But I ask that all the parties remain civil, and laughing and reacting and shaking your head is not going to make me disbelieve or believe more anyone's testimony. It just kind of comes off as reactionary and antagonizing. So I need the parties to try their best to remain civil and not react when the other party is testifying, okay?
Your Honor, did I do something like that?
No, just don't. It's fine. Mr. Parrish, so you said that you're saying that he showed you his gun in the street.
That is correct, Your Honor. I called the police, the 911 report. My 911 report audio says that the reason why I was calling because he did that. He did not call the police to our house because, like he said in the police report, that I pulled the gun on. He heard me saying that to the police, Your Honor, about what he did, and then he just used the same wordage that I was using, because that's what I was telling. That's what I said on the 911 report. That's what I said to the detective who called me, and that's what I said to the police. You know what I'm saying? And all my point is to the court, Your Honor, is if I had done the things that he said I've done, if he said that I tried to run him off the street, if he said I pulled a gun out on him, okay, where are the reports on that? He's called the police every single time about anything that has gone on, okay? But he doesn't call the police when I supposedly pull a gun on him, or he says he's recorded. He was recording me the whole time. But where is that recording? Where is the recording? Where is the accusation of me doing this for your court, Your Honor? Because that's what your court would be judging on.
So now you're kind of getting into argument and not factual testimony.
Yes, so I apologize, Your Honor.
So that's all right. I just keep us going. So do you have anything else? You said you had witnesses?
Yes, Your Honor, I do have witnesses.
Okay. So who's the first witness you would like to call?
The first witness I'd like to call is Miss Willie Mae Thomas.
All right. So is she on her own device?
Yes, she is on her own.
Okay, we will bring her in.
Miss Willie Thomas, come on down. You are the next contestant on this. Day sucks for I bet. Oh, she's taking my slot, so I gotta get out of here for you.
Miss Thomas, are you with us?
I'm sorry, I may have brought the wrong witness in. Give me a second.
Is that our second one?
Yeah.
Okay. Miss Thomas, if you could please unmute. And raise your right hand for me, please, ma'am. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Thank you. Could you state you can lower your hands. Can you state your full name, please, ma'am?
Willie Mae Thomas.
And how do you know the respondent in this case, Mr. Lloyd?
He's my son-in-law.
All right. And do you know Mr. Mark Parrish?
Yes, I do.
And how do you know Mr. Parrish?
He's my neighbor.
And how long have you known each of them?
I've known Mr. Pierce since 2005, and I've known my son-in-law longer,
Okay.
a long time. Since the day, yes.
All right. And have you observed any incidents between the parties, between them, that have been volatile or violent?
Yes, I've observed them arguing toward each other.
Okay. About how many and when you say arguing towards each other, what does that look like?
Just them talking back and forth to each other.
When's the last time you saw something like that?
It's been a while.
All right. Do you know approximately when the last time was?
Maybe a month ago.
You said a month?
Maybe a month ago.
Okay. And how did you come to witness that?
I was coming home from church, I think. I just heard them arguing back and forth.
And so where were you when you first saw and heard them?
Coming into my house.
And where were they when you saw them?
Mr. Mark was on his property, and Mr. Andre was on his property.
And did you hear what was being said?
They were just arguing about. I don't know what they were saying, but they were just arguing toward each other. And at the time, the police was out there when they were arguing.
The police were there?
Yes.
Okay. And have you witnessed other incidents before that?
Only one time other argument between them two.
And around when was that?
I don't know what time it was, ma'am. I just know I just witnessed that argument.
You know if it was a year ago or 2 years ago or 5 years ago?
It wasn't 5 years ago. Maybe a year ago.
All right. And do you know if the parties used to get along?
Do I know if they got along?
Mm-hmm.
Before then, yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. Mr. Lloyd, what questions would you like to ask this witness?
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Yes, Ms. Thomas. Just a few quick questions. Why are we living with you?
To help me.
To help you how, ma'am? To help you how?
Just the things that by you fixing things on the house, things I couldn't afford to fix for myself.
Okay. And just a few more questions. I mean, would you be able to keep this house if we weren't here? If we didn't live here?
Probably not.
Okay. Have I ever threatened you?
No.
Okay. Are you afraid of me?
No.
Okay. What do I provide for you living here, Ms.
Okay,
Thomas?
so this kind of thing is not going to be relevant to whether there's been acts of stalking against Mr. Parrish at this time.
Okay. I'll move on. Your
Yeah,
Honor.
move on to something about.
Okay. How many times have the police been called to your home by Mr. Mark Parrish? From your own recollection.
About 4 or 5 times.
Okay. And how does that make you feel when the police are called there?
I don't like them coming to my house. makes me feel threatened.
Okay. Did you speak to any officers on the day in question? That'd be February 23rd, 2023, after I was arrested.
Yes.
Okay. And what was said by those officers?
Well, they asked me if I was afraid of you and if I wanted you to, if I wanted you to leave, and I said no.
And where do you think they got that from?
I guess somebody telling him that.
So I'm gonna interject that that's speculation and it's not a legal question.
I apologize,
So
Your Honor.
go on to the next question.
Yes, Your Honor. And one last question. The lady that lives next door to you, which is, I guess, we just learned her name, Miss Mary Tate. Have you ever talked to Miss Tate?
No.
Have you ever spoken to Miss Tate?
No.
Have you ever tried to speak to Miss Tate?
No.
Okay. And have you ever seen Miss Tate outside during an altercation between me and Mr. Parrish?
No, I have not.
Okay. Thank you very much for your time. No more questions for this witness, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Parrish, do you have some questions you would like to ask this witness? You just need to unmute.
Yes, I do.
Okay, you may begin.
Ms. Willamay, since you guys first moved here, I've been really helpful to you and Mr. Roberts. Rob was a close friend of mine. So are you. You know, but since your son-in-law moved in, there's been nothing but problems, correct?
Yeah. You guys have been having problems, yeah.
Yeah. I never called a cops, right?
No.
Okay. All right. I'm done.
Okay. All right. Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Lloyd, do you have any more questions for her?
No, I do not, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. You may be excused. All right. Who's your next witness, Mr.
My next witness is Miss Cheryl Lloyd, Your Honor.
All right. We will bring her in.
Bring in Miss Cheryl Lloyd, the boss
All right,
wife.
ma'am, if you could unmute. There we go. All right, raise your right hand for me, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Thank you. Could you state your full name for the record, please?
Cheryl Denise Lloyd.
All right, and how do you know Mr. Andre Lloyd?
He's my husband for almost 18 years.
All right. And do you know Mr. Mark Parrish?
Yes.
How do you know Mr. Parrish?
He's our neighbor.
All right, and how long have you known Mr. Parrish?
Since 2005.
All right. And have you witnessed any incidents between the two?
Yes.
Tell me what you witnessed.
I've witnessed them arguing back and forth. I've witnessed the police getting called several times. I've witnessed my husband going to jail.
So when did these arguments start?
It started, I want to say, in 2021. So there's like a 1.5 foot distance from our property to his driveway. And whenever he had visitors, they would run over that corner. And so we couldn't grow grass there. So my husband and him had talked about putting something there. So one day there was like a rock, a little small boulder that my husband put on that corner because they had agreed that they should put something. So my husband decided to put that on there, on that corner. And I guess his girlfriend at the time, when she was backing out the driveway, because she was by herself. So she went and as a matter of fact, they both were in there, and I guess they noticed the boulder, and then Mark got out and called Andre over to the house and said, "This is too big, you can't put this there." So they had gotten into a small altercation then. Mark was saying, "Well, man, that's too big," or whatever. He was kind of, to me, it just seemed like he was just kind of, well, I'm not even going to say what I think he was doing. But
Okay, so there was an altercation about
that, right.
yard property, and then from there, things continue. So
Right.
what have you
So they had-
witnessed recently?
Recently, February 23rd, I was in the house and my front door was open, and when I came down the stairs, I saw my husband on the porch talking to the police officers. And I said, "What's going on?" So he was just saying that they had gotten into an argument, and next thing I know, the police had handcuffed my husband and said that they were taking him in. And I said, "Well, what for?" And they said for a failure to appear. And we had never received anything for court. And
And I will tell you, a failure to appear is not really an act that's relevant to whether there's been acts of violence or stalking. So tell me about any arguments that you have witnessed or heard.
I've witnessed a few arguments, just like the one I was telling you about when the boulder was out there. Another time, I don't know how the arguments start, but I would hear them, and then I would just come out, and they're just going back and forth with each other. I don't know what started it, but they were going back and forth. Every time they would argue, the police would get called.
So how many times over the past year have you heard those type of arguments?
I would say maybe 3, no more than 5. But
And-
every time it was the police were called.
So what do you hear?
I hear them calling each other names, inviting to fight each other, just back and forth arguing, cussing each other out, you this, you're that, just back and forth.
When's the last time you heard one like that?
Okay, so on the 23rd, I didn't hear the arguing.
Mm-hmm.
On the 23rd, after the police took my husband in, I went back and looked at the ring to see exactly what happened. My husband came outside with the dog, went to the left, to the corner where the stop sign is, and then I saw him running back to the house. And then he turned around and was waving to the garbage truck for them to stop because he had forgot to take the garbage out. So as he was running back in with the dog, he put the dog up, and then he got the rest of the trash and took it out to the street because we have the recycling. There was the recycling that we missed. So he just got the rest of the garbage out and took it to the street. And then after that, I saw him come back in the house and get Spirit, my dog, to finish walking him because it was cut short because he ran back. And then there was a pause, and then all I heard was them going back and forth. Mark inviting him. He said, come on then. Go ahead, put your dog up. Come on then. And my husband was like, "Okay then. Okay, here I come. So as he was walking up the driveway, I could see all this because the ring had, was still on. Come on then. So Andre put the dog in the garage because I saw his head, Spirit's head stick out. You can't see inside my garage on the ring. So Andre came back out, but he didn't go down the driveway. He just stayed, maybe about 20 feet in front of the garage. And then they were still going back and forth. And Mark was saying, I don't know who he was talking to, but he was saying, record this, or, I couldn't really make out who he was talking to because I couldn't see anyone over there. And then and then Andre came back in the house.
All right. Mr. Lloyd, are there any questions you would like to ask her?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Ms. Lloyd, from the video that you watched, does the attitude that was that Mr. Parrish exhibited look like someone who was scared or needing a TPO?
No, because he was inviting you to come and fight him. He was telling you, put the dog up, come out here. Come on. I'm here. I'm right here. Come on then. So no, it didn't seem like he was afraid of you because he was inviting you to fight him.
Okay, all right. Have you ever spoken with the lady, Miss Mary Tate? Miss Mary Tate. Have you ever spoken to her before?
No. When she first moved over there, maybe 2 years ago, I was, speaking to her, but she didn't speak back. Okay. So I just kept saying hello because I didn't know her. This had all started before she had even moved over there. And because she was there, I felt like I could still say hello. I didn't have anything against her.
Okay. All right. Let me ask you, on the day in question, the 23rd of February, did you speak with the officers after I was arrested?
Yes, the supervisor and one of the other officers that were there came to the door, and I invited them in and asked me, do you and your husband argue? And I told him, I said, no more than any other couple would argue. And she asked me, was I afraid of you? And I said, no, I'm not afraid of you. Why are you asking me these questions? And she said that the neighbor said that there were like 4 other neighbors that complained about you. And I said, well, that's not true. That's not true because it's just...
Okay, so now we're getting into double hearsay, which is hearsay within hearsay. So we're not going to go down this path for that question.
Okay.
Understood, Your Honor. Okay, just a few more questions, Your Honor, and I'll be done. How many times have officers been called to our house in your guesstimation? Since the time that since the whatever you can imagine, whatever you know as being the initial time, how many times you say the police have been called to the house by Mr. Parrish?
Maybe about 8 to 10, maybe 8 to 10 times, including 2 times when he called on Spirit.
Okay. And just a couple other questions. Have you ever been present outside when Mr. Parrish leaves for work?
Yes.
Okay. And what has happened? What have you witnessed when that happens?
Well, just maybe 2 weeks ago, if that. So what he does is his car is parked towards the end of the cul-de-sac. So he drives to down to the end of the cul-de-sac, comes back around, and then once he gets in front of our house, he goes real slow, like 2 miles an hour, just real slow. And then after he passes our house, he goes up the hill, and he's looking towards the house while he's driving by.
Okay, and let me ask you, how does that make you feel?
uncomfortable? Like, why can't he just drive regular? Why is he driving so slow? Like he's trying to intimidate whoever lives here.
Okay. Okay. All right. Well, that is, that's all the questions I have, Your Honor,
Okay.
at this time.
Mr. Parrish, do you have any questions for this witness? You just need to unmute first, and then you may ask your questions.
Well, she stated that she saw a ring video of me going back and forth with her husband, but he also said.
So
wasn't
wait.
working.
So I'm good. So hold on.
Okay, I asked you right. Okay, gotcha.
So you can ask a question of her
Okay.
about what she saw or didn't see or do or
Alright.
didn't do. Right?
So
And what she says.
I wonder how fast should I do, like 50 miles per hour in our neighborhood? I should drive fast, like he does. Should I drive fast, or should I just do the speed limit?
Yeah, you should do the speed limit, and it's not 2 miles per hour.
Excuse me?
I said, yes, you should do the speed limit. The
Yeah,
speed
that's
limit
what I
is
do.
25, but you drive 2 to 3 miles per hour in front of our home.
That may not be the best question in the world, but I'll tell you something. Do you think that they would also get mad if they drove fast? Like, I guarantee we would be hearing they peel out from their driveway right past us so fast if they were going fast. Like 25 miles an hour, isn't that pretty fast for on your residential street? Don't you want people driving slower than that? Like, I don't feel like that's creepy at all. Is it creepy that you're watching his car and clocking his miles? Sorry, let's continue. Yeah, but like, I slow to a crawl when I get to my block. Listen, if I'm gonna yell at people for driving fast on my block, I better drive slow on my block. Otherwise, I don't get to yell.
I can show you on Ring that you drive. You don't.
So
So you don't drive slow in front of our house. You know you do, Mark.
I drive through the whole neighborhood the
Okay,
same
not
pace.
testifying. This is a time for questions, and it's not a time to be argumentative or badger the witnesses. Okay, it's a time to ask a factual question and get an answer. Let them answer, and then go ask the next question. But you just got muted again.
I mean, it's clearly that they're trying to make me out of. Like
Sir,
I'm trying to,
do you have a question
no,
to
I'm
ask?
done. I'm done.
Okay, that's my question.
I'm done.
Okay,
Yeah, I'm done.
thank you. Okay,
Okay.
that's we have to follow the rules to an extent, even though we are not. Y'all are not attorneys. I still have to make sure the rule of law is followed. Okay, so no questions for her. Okay, so may this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor, she can be excused.
Okay, thank you. All right, so ma'am, thank you. You may log off. All right, sir, do you have any other witnesses or evidence, Mr. Lloyd?
No, Your Honor. I think I am finished, Your Honor.
All right,
Thank you very much.
thank you. Okay, Mr. Parrish, you said you had submitted some evidence. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Yeah, I emailed them in to the email address.
Okay. Did you get a response from that?
I don't think I did. Let me check again.
Okay. Maybe because it was so last minute.
Yeah, Judge, if he sent it just a minute ago,
Yes,
we wouldn't have it this soon. If
I got a response.
You did?
Yes, I did.
So who's the name is from?
Sister Virginia.
Did they say they received the documents?
Picture document should be PDF form. I'm missing. It's actually sent them PDF form.
That's correct. If you look on your paperwork with the email address on there, it'll tell you exactly how to send it. It's right
Okay.
above that. Okay. Well,
All right. So what I'm going to do in the meantime for the video, Mr. Parrish, well, actually, you're going to need to do that. So was everything that you sent in videos?
Yeah, it was a video from my ring footage.
Okay, so first, remember the instructions told you when you got your first order on how to upload the evidence and everything. But we're trying to work with you here. So
Okay.
so they should have sent you instructions back on how to submit it as a PDF in that email. Did you get that email?
Well, it just came back from the courts.
Okay, so I'm going to take an announcement in some other cases.
Okay.
We're going to give you a chance to see if you can get that done. Otherwise, you may just need to describe the videos. I'll tell y'all both parties have testified to videos from each of their Ring cameras that may or may not end up coming into evidence, but you can still testify and tell me what you are saying it would show. Okay? So we're going to break for y'all for 10 minutes. I'm going to take some announcements. I'm going to take some announcements while you see if you can get that submitted, okay? All right, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
If you could start your video.
Video. She said start a video.
Mr. Lloyd, I'm talking to Mr. Lloyd. Your videos, you're good, you're fine. Mr. Lloyd, if you can start your video. There you go. All right, Judge, we're ready.
All right. We also took some announcements on other cases. And there are a few still waiting for hearing, so I promise we are not making y'all wait for no reason. And I do believe we received a video, Madam Clerk. So this video is the one you wanted to show the court. Mr. Parrish, you're muted. You just need to unmute. I think it mutes you when you rejoin.
Yeah. All right. You hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, I sent 2 videos. It's 2.
Okay. Ms. Broom, can you confirm how many videos you have?
Yes, Judge, I have 2 videos.
Okay. And so what are these videos of?
The episode he was talking about, he said, I was doing all the talking, but you clearly see how it started.
How it started. Okay.
Yes.
And that's from around when?
It was about 2.5, 3 weeks ago. He started with name calling. It was coming from top of the hill down the block, calling me a bitch ass dude. He gonna beat my ass. It's all recorded.
Okay, I hear what you're saying. And the
Gonna
other.
put your dog up. He gonna
Hold on.
Okay.
So you said there's 2. Are these 2 videos of the same incident?
Yes, it was so big I couldn't send this one.
That's fine.
Yeah, we had to break it up. It wouldn't allow us to send this one.
Okay, so Madam Clerk, can we pull those up? And this would be at a different angle from the video of the respondent's house that he said he had, right?
I don't see how he should have the same video. He got Ring cameras as well. That's him right there.
Okay, so Ms. Broom, will you pause it for a second? So when I walked out here in the middle of the street, that's the respondent?
That's Lloyd. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then is that you walking out of your driveway into the street?
That's him walking. That's him. Hold on.
That's him.
Yeah, that's him.
So who did I hear say, "What's up, guy"?
That's him.
No, Your Honor.
I said,
Oh, hold on. No, I heard another voice.
I said, okay. I said, okay.
He was telling me to come on, Your Honor.
So hold on. You'll have a chance to talk about this. I'm asking him questions right this minute. All right.
There's 2 parts here. This is the second part. It's not
Okay.
the first part.
So I'm going to ask that neither of y'all interrupt.
Okay.
And Ms. Broom, can we start it over at the beginning, and I'm just going to play it without interrupting from anybody.
I told the second part. I told 2 parts.
So you want me
Right,
to?
but you need to also not have somebody telling you what to say. Remember I said about witnesses?
Oh yeah, you're right.
So Judge, you want me to do the first part? That
Yes,
came up
please.
second. Okay.
Alright, then we can play the next one. And so in that video, I saw the respondent go out with his dog and take the trash out, and the dog was off leash and the dog was in the street. And I heard some yelling. So we're going to play the next one.
Mama Judge. Okay.
No problem. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
I'm right here in the middle of the street. I'm walking down here in the middle of the street, tough guy. You're so tough. You're so tough. I'm right here. Here I am. Here I am. What you gonna do? That's where I start. You're a fucking coward. You're a fucking coward. You're so tough. You keep calling the motherfucking police on my wife's van and shit and talking in the middle of the street. Cause you're a bitch fuck ass motherfucker. That's why. Motherfucker, I can do more than talk. But you're scared. You're scared. We can get into the ring. I ain't gonna kill you. I'm just gonna beat your ass. I ain't gonna kill you. I don't wanna kill you now. That's not my objective. All I wanna do is beat your ass. What if you got one for yours? What if you got one for yours? Go ahead, you can find out.
respondent yelling at the petitioner about calling the police, saying, I'm going to beat your ass, etc. I also saw the petitioner run out of his driveway and yelling back at the respondent. So, Mr. Parrish, what additionally would you like the court to know about the interactions between you and the respondent, and what the respondent has testified to about the ongoing back and forth between y'all? You just need to unmute first.
I mean, you clearly see he came down the hill. I was taking my dog out in the trash. He came down the hill calling me all these old crazy names. I mean, that's what he does. Every other week, every other month, he always starting something with me. Yes, I did. I said, okay. Come beat me up. At the same time, I was calling the cops. So the cops did come out. He did get arrested. He's always trying to provoke somebody and what are you going to do and calling me all these. And you heard the names he called me. I mean, it don't make any sense. He came from the other side of the stop sign to do what he did. That is ridiculous.
So that was you with your dog off leash going to the trash can?
That day I did. I thought I didn't see anybody. I did that day. But I do leash my dog up now.
Okay,
I did that
no,
day.
but I'm just trying to figure out who was who in the...
That's my dog, the black dog. Me walking with the trash, that's me. That was him coming from the other side of the block.
That was him coming from the driveway?
Yeah. No, I'm coming from my driveway. I had on the gray and white shirt with a hat on. He had on the black shirt. He had a white dog with him.
Okay.
That was him calling me all these names, coming down the block.
I heard that part.
Yeah, that's him.
Okay. When he makes these comments to you, and because I've heard two different people talk about kind of the back and forth, you respond?
I only said something that day. I just told him, okay. He told me he's going to beat my ass and pump bitch and all that nigga stuff. I don't play like that.
Okay.
And I said, okay.
All right.
So at the same time, I was calling the cops.
I understand.
Yeah,
but I'm looking at there's certain
I was calling
things.
the cops at the same time. I'm the one who do the cop calling, not him, because he's always doing something to me.
Okay.
I do all the calling. There's always something with this guy. Like he got some type of session with me. I don't know what his problem is. He see me, he go crazy. He follow me around the neighborhood. I'm at the store on top of the hill. There he goes.
Objection. I object, Your
Okay,
Honor.
so hold on. So him testifying about things that he says he's seen you do is not hearsay. Like I said, you can't. If it's something, if you don't like what he's saying, you don't agree with what he's saying, I'm going to give you a chance to respond because that video was not played in his case in chief. But you can't object because you're saying he's lying.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. So
the videos don't lie. That's why I got rings all around my house because I knew this.
Well, I heard that, but what I'm saying is, I also heard you yelling pretty aggressively.
Yes, I said, I said, okay. I said, oh, okay.
All the time.
So stop. We're not going to have, this is his chance to testify, and then I will turn to you and give you your chance. We are not going to, and I'll be honest, both of y'all have pretty aggressively spoken up over the other a couple of times here. All right. So, what else would you like me to know, sir?
I'm fine, Your Honor. I mean, I just want you to see what actually goes on versus me trying to say
I hear you,
something.
and I get a good sense of it during this hearing as well. I also can see how the parties testify, what they testify about, and their witnesses. I mean, I'm getting a sense of what's happening, and the question is, does it rise to the level of stalking to warrant a TPO? And at times, something may be a crime, or a couple of crimes, but depending on what kind of communication is going on, it may not be stalking. And so that's what I'm trying to decide, okay? All right, thank you. Okay, so, Mr. Lloyd, can you please tell me, you may unmute and tell me, based on that video, there was some pretty extreme yelling on your part towards him.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. What do you want the court to know about that interaction that we just saw?
That interaction, Your Honor, has been sort of indicative of what happens whenever we get in an argument. And contrary to what Mr. Parrish is trying to portray to the court, Your Honor, we do not argue as often as he's saying. Okay, because I avoid him. I go out early in the morning because he's a later leaver to go to work, Your Honor, so that to avoid him. As you saw in the video, that's why I was out the house before he was. I purposely get up earlier, take my dog out to not run into him. Okay? And so what you don't see in the video, Your Honor, is once he got to the curb and started what is out of the video, and he knows this is out of his video. Okay, he's only showing you this because he thinks it's advantageous to him.
So don't tell me, but tell me what
Okay,
you're saying I didn't see.
So what happened? What you don't see in the video is when he's past his mailbox out in the middle of the street, what's being said. Okay, then he cuts it, and then now I'm coming out my garage. With the part that is missed is when I'm walking back down the hill, everything that he is saying back and forth, he's steadily, just like my wife. It was just like my wife testified to, Your Honor. You know that he was steadily telling me to come on. Now all that is on my video.
So let me ask you this: did he walk towards you or away from you?
He was okay. I was walking back to the house. He was in the street. He stayed for the most part down towards the cul-de-sac, out of video range. But you can hear everything on my video because once the difference is, Your Honor, in our two video coverages, okay, is that I'm coming from the left, he's far to the right. My Ring camera is is in front of my garage. Okay, his garage faces a different angle. My garage faces the street. His garage faces my house. If you look at R3 once again, Your Honor. Okay?
So R3, you're talking about the picture?
The picture, yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, okay.
That just gives you a better reference, a reference point of what we're talking about. But so he knows, Your Honor, that he's out of video range. So what he did, what the video doesn't show is what he was saying, what he was doing when he was standing in the middle of the street with his dog and laughing in the middle of the street. Okay, that's what the video doesn't show. Okay, and then all of a sudden he gives the second part, and it doesn't even show me walking up or anything. It just has me coming out the garage after he told me to put the dog up and come on. So I said, okay, I'm putting the dog up. I put the dog up. I ran, and my wife, I have sent in that video. I don't know if it has gotten there yet. Okay.
Right. So did you send it in under the directions as a PDF?
I don't necessarily know how to do that, Your Honor.
When you send it in, you should get an email back. This is what we went over with the petitioner, that you get an email back that says this is how it has to be sent in. And it has instructions on how to do that.
Okay. I'm not as that tech savvy.
Okay.
I sent in the Ring. I guess that would be considered a link.
You can't do a link
for the video.
Can't do links.
That's not going to work.
And it has to be part of the record or part of the file. Is why it has to be able to be filed. So
the only thing that I could do at this point, Your Honor, because the way that Mr. Parris is trying to portray this is that this is just me doing it. Mm-hmm. And I'm telling you, my wife has testified, it is not just me. Okay, and, he just like the lady Miss Tate. She says that we're going back and forth, but he wants to portray to you, Your Honor, like he's some innocent guy. He hasn't done anything, I'm just trying to let the court know that this is not what's happening. I have told you that I have cursed this man. I've used profanity towards him because I have. Okay, I have not denied any of those types of things, but so has he. And I have not stalked this man. I go out earlier than him. I have not followed him in no neighborhood and tried to run him off the road. Nothing like that, Your Honor. I have not shown my gun or threatened to kill him. Nothing. I have not been on his property or done anything. Nothing that he is accusing me of, Your Honor, or even has trying to show proof of, Your Honor, falls within the range of me stalking him. I have done nothing to that point, Your Honor. And I just ask that the court, I hope that the court sees it that way, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right. So, Mr. Parrish, you get the final word. In brief, I've heard a lot from both of you. And I don't think there's any doubt that there is a very contentious neighbor relationship here. The question for me is whether it rises to the level of stalking and whether there's been, and I've heard some evidence of back and forth. So, and that doesn't mean one party may be doing it more than the other party, but there's stuff I have to listen to and find under the evidence. So what is the last thing you would like me to know, sir? And you got to unmute again. I'm sorry. All right.
Hello?
Yes, I can hear you.
I want this guy, this stalking, this TPO thing has to be put in place because he don't stop. I mean, I done called the cops on him 10 times. I done tried to do TPO twice. And each time after it go away, it turns up a little bit higher. He do more to follow me around, follow me up to the store. You know, I just want him, this TPO to put in place for 90 days. Leave me alone. I don't even speak to them. But this guy will not stop. If he not following me, he's out in the backyard watching me, hop in the car, run behind me. I leave, he leave. I look up, there he is. I turn the corner, there he is. That's just way too much.
Okay.
I don't think that's fair to me. He got such a criminal background. He got all kind of simple assault charges. He got more charges.
So hold on. We're here about you and your neighbor.
Okay.
All right. So this is what I'm going to tell y'all. And it's also based on what's alleged in your petition, right?
Yeah.
You're kind of limited to what's in your petition. This one came very close. And I have heard evidence of things that could be simple assault, and I've heard evidence of things that could be a violation of bond conditions, but that's not before me. The violation of the bond conditions will be heard by the criminal court, and the prosecutors in that case will be in charge of any of that. That's not what's before me. What's before me is whether there is stalking. And ongoing communications between the parties would negate that. So this is not stalking at this point. Okay? Y'all are next door neighbors. It's a really bad situation. It sounds like y'all have been friends at some point and are not now. And it's
No, I just know we weren't friends.
Like I said, this doesn't. I've heard evidence of things that could be violation of bond conditions, and that could be even a new crime. But I also, even on that video, I saw almost what could be described as two people looking to fight. And I hear that one party may be instigating that more than the other party and leading to this. But the continued, from what I've seen, I'm not able to find by preponderance of the evidence that there has been stalking that would support the issuance of a 12-month temporary protective order at this time. That doesn't mean that there may not be in the future if there is continued communications. Mr. Lloyd, if you have been arrested twice, even though they were a year apart for incidents involving Mr. Parrish, you should walk away from him every time. You should not yell at him ever, or you risk getting your bond revoked and being placed back in jail until your case is resolved. So you need to understand that. And there shouldn't be any back and forth. It's obvious y'all are not getting along. And this doesn't mean that I think there has been one party being more aggressive, but there's also been back and forth that prevents me from finding stalking at this time. So that's going to be the court's ruling. I hope things get better for y'all in the future. And the criminal stuff will be handled by the criminal courts, and each of y'all can follow up with attorneys and the prosecutor as appropriate in your cases.
Well, what do you think about that, my friends? I have another detention docket video for us to watch tonight. If you're new here, normally in the evenings, I probably have stuff on my face. That's okay. We often do detention dockets, which are a throwback to 2020. 2020, the golden age of Zoom court, when everybody had to and nobody wanted to. But honestly, the detention hearings that we're going to be watching are ones that are held in Tarrant County, Texas, in the 323rd District Court. They are youth detention hearings, so they're different than adult court. So it's not the same jive, it's not the same game. And oh, cat sighting. There's a kid again. Meow. Anyways, so let us watch these kids. Oh, we also do voting for these. So if you're new here, what we do is vote in the chat. 1 is detained, 2 is released. What do we think is going to happen? I said Tarrant County, Texas. That is where we're going to see Judge Kim. He's always locking kids up and telling them to shut up, but letting them to walk right in. Night, Michelle. Okay. She's like, I made it through the will. Never mind. That's a real song. We've already done that one, so we are out. This one, let's see how we do. Also, I've informed my Nana has begun watching Breaking Bad for some reason, so that's concerning. Going to Mexico a lot, watching Breaking Bad, like, what's Nana getting up to?
Jail and a $500 fine. I do ask.
Sorry, we can't skip his special warning just on me. We have to leave that in.
All right, welcome to the detention docket for the 323rd District Court for Monday, November 2nd, 2020. In compliance with the Texas Supreme Court Emergency Order number 25, we are not conducting in-person court proceedings, but we are doing these remotely via Zoom. And to comply with the Texas Constitution, Article and Section 13, otherwise known as the Open Courts Act, we are broadcasting these proceedings on YouTube so the public can observe what is happening inside their courtrooms. No portion of this detention hearing may be copied, recorded, or broadcast without permission of the court. Violations are punishable by contempt, up to 6 months in the Tarrant County Jail, and a $500 fine. I do ask that everyone here on Zoom turn on their cameras and are in an appropriate environment. If you are here simply to observe, you can log into the YouTube channel where things are being broadcast, or the proceedings are being broadcast. Otherwise, I do expect people to behave appropriately for court, meaning no bright lights behind you, ceiling fans, movement, domesticated animals, pajamas, or anything of the sort. So Tamika, Fort Worth, I think you need to turn on your camera. So.
Yes. Give me 1 second to figure it out.
All right, and Candace Ballard, or Kenise Ballard, you do need to turn on your camera. Ms. Atkins, you need to turn on your camera. Thank you.
Cameras on, stay on mute. Cameras on, stay on mute.
Tamika, Fort Worth, this is your last opportunity.
I'm trying. I'm going to have to log off my computer and get onto my cell phone with this because my computer is not bringing up my picture.
Okay, I would appreciate that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Atkins, please turn on your camera.
I
All right,
did
so we'll
get.
start with Cesar Chavez.
Your Honor,
No, just before you start, little lady, for anybody new here, please go ahead and subscribe. You can be part of an exclusive club, one that has a limited number of memberships left. That club is the first 1,000 club, the first 1,000 cool people who became my viewers. Yes, that can be you. Also, I'm in Canada, but like I said, I live Texas. So I hope that Judge Kim is never too mad. I'm always showing these to highlight the open court functionality and reality of the US court system. So, you guys, oh, Mikey, the first TPO was great. That court is like a personal affront to me, though, the way that they have the recording going. It's so difficult. Yeah, in Canada, that is a lot of people. 1,000 people is a lot of people, sort of. Do you know what's funny, though? I have been watching court for years and years, and these are the ones that really got me into it to begin with. But also, if anybody is in here who's not already subscribed to Credence and Mikey, who has just shown up in the chat, that's an absolute no-brainer. I literally hang out there pretty much all day. So, I love, and also the best part is whenever I've done a TPO or whenever we've covered the same case, I love that because I love hearing more opinions on the same thing. It's my favorite part. Every LawTube little part has, a different thing to add. So I am a West Coast Canuck. I'm also an immigrant to Canada. I was born in Scotland, so I'm a first generation immigrant to Canada. I know I'm over 900, John. Oh, one day I'll be able to say over 9,000 like that 4chan joke, right? Anyways, let's keep going. I'll stop talking. I'll tidy the kitchen a little bit. My coffee's done. Let's get going.
family had a flat tire, but they're on their way.
Are they? Okay, we'll go and push this one back a little bit. I'd like to give the family a chance to be here if possible. We'll skip to Denali Dunbar.
Your Honor, Tamika is Denali's mother, so she is trying to log back on.
Tamika, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. That's me on my cell phone. Can you see me now? It's gonna say iPhone.
Tamika, let's go ahead and leave it the way it is since you're here now.
Okay.
And so just next time, if you can make sure that you can be on the on your phone where the video is available, I'd appreciate it.
I'm on there right now, if you can see.
Thank you. All right, so Mr. Dunbar, are we here?
Sir.
All right, Mr. Dunbar, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. When a kid's brought to our facility, you have to see a judge within 2 days and decide whether to keep you in custody or to release you. If I keep you in custody, the law says you have to see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You do have a right to an attorney, which Ms. Johnson has been appointed your attorney, and you have the right to remain silent. I can assure you that Ms. Johnson, your attorney, is absolutely telling you and advising you to use your right to remain silent. And if you do not have the ability to do it, you give it your best shot. Is that right, Ms. Johnson?
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right. All right, so Denali, let's see, you are 16 years old. You're currently on probation. What the heck? For evading arrest of a motor vehicle from April of 2019. Since then, you were, let's see, an unauthorized use of motor vehicle. Since then, you have probation added for theft of property, $750 to $2,500. Another unauthorized use of motor vehicle, another theft of property, $2,500 to $30,000. Then in January of this year, you picked up cases for credit card abuse, identity theft. So 5 counts of that, and theft of property from $30,000 to $150,000, and an engaging in organized crime. You were let out. A couple weeks later, you're arrested for unauthorized use of motor vehicle. And then in July of this year for criminal mischief, theft of property, $750 to $2,500. Another count of stolen credit cards. November. Now we're here for something else. So we released you in July on electronic monitor. The following day, you cut off your EM and ran from the house, and you've been gone since July. Ms. Lide, did we have a DTA for him when he cut that off?
We did, Your Honor. It was issued the same day he ran from the house.
Okay. All right. So
And I ran down.
hold it. Your attorneys encourage you to not say anything.
Quiet.
All right. So let's see. Yesterday, police were dispatched to a Shell service station for suspicious activity. Store clerks say saw a silver Kia at gas pump. 2 Hispanic males came in the store. One was bleeding with his eye swollen shut and asking for ice. As they were getting ice, store clerk saw 2 other black males inside the vehicle. They're passing a black pistol back and forth, but not pointing it at anybody. 2 males returned to the car. They all drove off. When police got there, they looked at surveillance. They searched the area, looked at the Kia, which was reported stolen. They tried to identify the occupants. One of them gave a false name and date of birth, but the officer recognized him as Denali Dunbar. He had a swollen lip. They said that they were beaten and robbed in Fort Worth, but didn't want to give any other information. They found the owner of the Kia through the wallet that was inside the car. Denali had her debit card in her pocket when he was searched. The owner said that she told police one of the males was her friend's boyfriend. They all were at a party, and she was going to take them home. They were on the car together, but refused to give an address of where to go. She pulled over, and at one time got out of the vehicle, and Denali was overheard telling one of the males to get in the driver's seat and drive off, which he did, leaving the victim in the parking lot. So the handgun they had was found to be a BB gun painted black, making it look like a real gun. And did we give him a drug test?
Your Honor, I looked on JCMS and I think they tried, but no drug test was given at this time. He does have a history with marijuana use.
Right. Denali, here's the thing. When you refuse a drug test here, I just assume you're positive for everything. So you're
Yeah,
positive
look,
for weed,
I tried to take
cocaine.
it.
No, it's not look. Cocaine, weed, meth, PCP, Xanax, everything. That's what happens when you refuse a drug test. So cut off an EM and you're positive for everything on a drug test. That means I'm detaining you. Thank you. Isaac Hernandez.
Bruh.
All right, where's Mr. Hernandez?
It's coming, sir.
All right, thank you. All right, sir's back there. We've got a long detention docket today, so if we can stage him a little faster, I'd appreciate it. Thank you. All right, so Mr. Hernandez, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. When a kid's brought to our facility, you have to see a judge within 2 days. I have to decide whether to keep you here or release you. If I keep you, you have to see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have the right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. And your attorney is Mr. Beaver. All right, so Isaac, you're 15 years old and you have, I guess, no history. Well, back in October, you were brought in for a runaway and evading arrest with a vehicle. Let's see, on Saturday, about 5 o'clock, Everman saw somebody riding a bicycle, BMX style dirt bike on Wichita Street. Rider saw the police, ran an intersection, went northbound on the double yellow line, trying to get away from the police. So there were sirens and lights. There was a chase. He drove through fields around a barrier, through a narrow alleyway, through 2 trailers, avoiding the police. So they set up a perimeter. Isaac was caught when his bike suffered a lost drive chain. So the original officer identified Isaac, who evaded earlier on October 17th. He was listed as a runaway, brought into custody. Let's see. That was a multi-unit chase. So, all right. Well, Mr. Lewis, did we give him a drug test when he came in?
No, Your Honor. He has no prior history or pending referrals.
Oh, that's right, because the 17th, he wasn't picked up until this.
Yes, sir.
All right. Is Mr. Hernandez parent here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you mom?
Yes. Yes, sir.
All right. So whose motorcycle is this?
It's ours. We bought it from him for him.
Does he have a license?
It's not a motorcycle. It's a dirt bike. He's supposed to be riding it on the fields where we take him over there off of 20. Since we were all at my cousin's house, I guess he left on it.
Quick little tip for anybody new here. This is my red flag. I wave it when something's fucked up. Buying your child a vehicle before they're licensed is fucked up. It's just asking for trouble. Like, do you want to be pestered constantly? Why would you expose yourself to that? I'm a mother. I'm a mother of a 14-year-old. Do you think I want to buy a goddamn car? She's not even getting a car till she's fully licensed. Not just like 16. No. You still need somebody to drive with you the whole time. So until you're drivable by yourself, no, we're not getting that. Anyways, also Judge Kim don't like that, and she dodged his question there, which he won't like. He said, "Does he have a license?" She said, "Well, it's not actually a motorcycle." Wrong answer. Let's see what Judge Kim thinks. But what do you guys think? Vote in the chat. Detained or released, 1 or 2. You can always change your vote. Keep that in mind.
So why was he out with this dirt bike at 5 o'clock? Like on the streets?
I know he was supposed to go to a friend's house, but he knows not to be riding on the street. It's only supposed to be for the fields.
Right, but does he just drive across fields all the way to his friend's house?
No, he wasn't supposed to. He wasn't even supposed to be on that side. He knows not to ride on the streets. We told him, but I already done got rid of the rest of the stuff we have at home, his other dirt bike. So we're doing everything we can since he couldn't obey us. Now he's in trouble, so we got rid of the other dirt bike.
Okay, so do y'all have any more dirt bikes at home?
No.
All right, so what are we going to do to keep him from making poor decisions like this?
Well, the only thing he was in trouble is with this. So now we took away that, and he knows. Now we've discussed it. Me and my fiance at home. He's not allowed to have no more of the dirt bikes or any kind of 4-wheelers. He's not allowed to be on nothing now.
Okay. Tell me about his friends. Who's he out with?
I really don't know his friends. The ones that we know, the grandmother drops him off at our house and picks him back up. But that's the only one that we know he hangs around with. And since he hasn't been around, I just know he has friends in Everman, but I really don't know where they live at.
Okay, Mom, that kind of disturbs me for you not to know who he's hanging out with, right?
All we know is he's not supposed to be over there on Everman, but when I work, when after school, when I get home, he knows to be home right before it gets dark.
And he does?
I know 2 of them that comes to the house.
And he does get home before dark when he's supposed to?
Yes, he does.
Okay. What are his grades like?
Right now, like I was telling, I guess Mr. Lewis, with him doing virtual, he has the 504 plan. He needs to have one-on-one. So on the night, actually, he goes back into the school building. So his grades are, they're up and down because he's not having that one-on-one with the teachers because they pull him out of class.
What's he diagnosed with?
ADHD, speech impairment, dyslexia.
Does your son smoke weed?
No, not that we know of.
Would you like us to give him a drug test?
Is there any proper cause that was he, no?
No, I mean, I can because he's in detention, but generally the first time in, I just kind of, it's a conversation with the parents. I mean, he can't be charged with possession. This is really just if you want to know if he's using anything or not. So,
last time we gave him a drug test for hanging around, that we thought it was him, it came back negative. So I really don't think because I'm always in his room. I actually just cleaned out his room the other day too. I didn't find nothing that suspicious or anything.
Okay, so
No,
you don't care. You don't care to know?
no, we don't. But I do have drug tests at home. I mean, he knows I do pop-ups if I see anything suspicious.
Okay. Yeah, it doesn't cost you anything. It's just one of those if you just want that information or not. All right, so Mr. Hernandez, normally if this was a first-time case, then I would just let you go to your parents because it sounds like your mom's got a pretty good grasp on things. However, since this just happened a couple weeks ago and you didn't take that as a blessing and that you evidently did the same thing again, that you think it's normal to run from the police on a vehicle, then I'm going to go ahead and detain you for now. You are looking at a felony level offense, so you could be committed to TJJD for this, right? Because it was a motor vehicle. That being said, if you get to level 1-0, and then I'll go ahead and give a chance to release you on electronic monitor back to your mom. It takes about 3 days to get there. Have they explained the level systems to you, Mr. Hernandez?
Yes, sir.
Yes, all right. So if you get to level 1 outstanding, I'm okay releasing you on the monitor, but you have to show to me that you deserve a chance to be released. All right. After that, we'll go and see how you are and if you're following the rules or not. If you break the terms of the electronic monitor, we're just going to bring you back here. Okay?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Your Honor, could I get clarification, please? Are you saying that if he's on level 1-0 for at least 3 days, we can
Nope.
request?
Just reach level 1-0 and I'm okay releasing him.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Joseph Navarez.
Yes, I'm here, sir.
All right, Mr. Navarez, I'm Judge Kim. This is a 10-day detention hearing. You've been here for 10 days, so I'm reviewing your case, deciding whether to release you or not. If I keep you here, you see a judge every 10 days while you're here. Also, Mr. Adler, your attorney, is here. Is the parents for Mr. Navarez here?
Judge, I do not see her online. She hasn't responded to my emails or phone calls.
Okay, all right. So at least Mr. Adler's here. All right, Mr. Navarez, back in August, you're brought in here for aggravated robbery. Your officer responded to a shooting, met with a victim who was, and that's right, the off-duty Dallas officer shot multiple times, taken to the hospital. Turns out witness saw the incident and saw Joseph standing over the victim, pointing a black handgun, then fired a round. Jumped into a tan GMC truck and headed south on Main. Off-duty officer followed until assistance. And Joseph and Brian were apprehended. All right, so, and then I believe you were on probation out of Dallas County for assault bodily injury, and you were in placement with Dallas County. And you've been on intensive supervision twice. You've been on EM 3 times out of Dallas County. All right, so Mr. Navarez, at this point, here in Tarrant County, things are different than Dallas County. And so where I draw the line in the sand is when kids have guns, all right, especially when kids use guns. And so I feel like you're a danger to the community as well as yourself, and I'm going to go ahead and detain you. That being said, he's been here for 84 days. Mr. Adler, where are we on this case?
Your Honor, the District Attorney's Office has decided to try and certify him to the adult court.
Okay.
And we have a setting with you. I don't know the date off the top of my head, but it is coming up.
All right, so we'll have a discretion waiver hearing coming up.
Yes, sir.
We have a status conference on the 25th.
25th of November?
Yes, sir.
We don't have the psych eval back yet, Judge, and I think he's not scheduled till the 8th.
Judge, I'm not sure we need a status conference if it's going to be a certification hearing. We can just proceed forward as long as we get all the pre-diagnostic information.
So we have this scheduled the day before Thanksgiving.
For a status conference. And Frank, I'm sorry, Judge, we had originally had it scheduled for a date certain in December, and then it got switched to a status. So
Okay.
that's
Oh, I
something
didn't-
we'll talk to Mary about, Judge.
Yeah, I didn't know about the status conference. I'm sorry. I thought we were just set to go for
So Mary is blushing right now, just so you know.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't think we need a status conference for a certification hearing. So we'll just go ahead and keep the hearing in December. All right. So don't worry about the November 25th. And we'll just have the hearing to certify as an adult in December as planned. All right. Okay. Well, thank you. All right. Thank you. Mr. Navarez, do you understand what's going on?
Yeah.
So the district attorney of Tarrant County is asking for me to give up my jurisdiction and certify you as an adult so you could look at adult charges. The difference here is being in juvenile, you could be looking at up to 40 years of commitment that could eventually be transferred to the Texas Department TDC. However, they're asking me to give up my jurisdiction and let this move to one of the adult criminal courts instead of a juvenile court, at which point you're looking at up to 99 years or life in prison. Okay. Just so you know, I just want to make sure that hearing is going to be in December. If I give up my jurisdiction, that doesn't mean you're going to get life. It just means it's possible, just so you understand what could happen. Okay. So I encourage you to keep your behavior level. I'm glad to see it's 1-0. You got to keep that because you got to give your attorney something to work with. Even if I certify you, you want your attorney in the adult case to be able to show that you're behaving and don't need to go to prison. Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Navarez.
Thank you, sir.
Thank
All
you,
right, Louis
Judge.
Parker. Oh, Mr. Chavez is here? Okay, we'll do that one after Mr. Parker. Hello, Mr. Parker. I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. You were just brought back into our facility yesterday, and so I have to review, decide whether to keep you or release you. If I keep you here, you see a judge every 10 days. You have the right to remain silent. You have a right to attorney. Mr. Hall, I believe, couldn't make it, but Ms. Janine Hopkins is filling in for him. So, Mr. Parker, how was Saturday with your dad?
Whoa. Well, it was great.
It was great? What about Sunday with your mom?
That was great too.
Okay, good. I'm glad you're back. Did we give him a drug test? Coming back in?
Yes, Your Honor.
He was negative?
Yes.
Fantastic. That's what I was saying. Louis, I apologize that this is taking so long. You know, you kind of put me in a spot here because the last time it was taking so long, I let you out, you got picked up with a gun. So, you know, I got to be extra cautious on this one, but I'm glad you're able to talk to your dad and try and rebuild this relationship. So at this point, I'm going to detain you. You're not surprised by this. Let's see what behaviors level's like. And in 2 weeks, I will entertain the idea of doing this again. Okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Parker. The next one was Alyssa Rangel. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Cesar Chavez.
Judge, did you want to listen?
No, I'm looking for Cesar Chavez.
He's on his way, Judge.
Okay, there we go. It's out of custody. All right, Mr. Chavez. I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. It's an out of custody hearing. I'm making a decision whether to take you into custody or to leave you in the community. If I take you into custody, the law says you see a judge every 10 days while you're here. All right, so you're 16 years old. You were here in 18 for a terroristic threat, which the DA gave you DPP for. Then 7 months later, you were brought in for an assault family violence, which you also got DPP for. And then there was a motion to reopen disposition because then there was a problem. See, so in August, about 6:45, Fort Worth PD was waved down by two females at the QT on Brentwood Stair. They said a Hispanic male was driving a black pickup, displayed a weapon, caused them to be in fear. Female pointed at the male who pulled into the QT gas station. This occurred due to road rage and almost collision that occurred on 8/20. Suspect was identified as Cesar Chavez, Do we know, Ms. Rodriguez, do we know who identified him?
The victims, Your Honor.
The victims did? All right. Says his parents arrived on scene, said he does carry BB guns. Fort Worth PD located a gray handle pistol from the backseat center floorboard. So he was arrested for aggravated assault. The next day, I was released because of no probable cause. I said if there's additional information, have another detention hearing. And it turns out, yeah, I remember this one. So the written statement from the victim said he pulled out a black gun and cocked the gun at us and we sped off. Victim 2 said he pulled the gun and cocked it and pointed toward us and sped off. All right, so now that we have more information before Mr. Chavez, I need to follow the law. There was no indication that you're the one that actually had the gun. And so now that there is probable cause that you actually pointed a gun at people, this is, I'm finding there's probable cause for your detention. I need to let you know, anytime a child in Tarrant County is brought in here with a gun or using a gun, it gives me the greatest concern, even if it's not a real gun. I come across kids that point BB guns or airsoft guns at people who have a real gun and they get shot, even though they didn't have a real gun. So the fact that apparently you were willing to make somebody in fear for their life by displaying, even though it was a BB gun, that I'm going to detain you because I'm worried about your safety and the safety of the public. All right. Thank you. All right, Alyssa Rangel.
You're gonna come with me? Mom, if you wanna go in front, wait for Karina.
All right, Ms. Rangel, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. Purpose of this hearing is to make a decision whether to keep you here or to release you. You have to see a judge within 2 days when you're brought here. You have the right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. And we have appointed Mr. Adler as your attorney. So, Alyssa, you're 15 years old. You've been in here, see, this started when you were 10 on an intervention case. Then this February you brought in for criminal trespass, which you got supervisory caution for. So now they're saying on October 29th, around 7:15, police were dispatched to a park where there was some kind of vigil going on. Alyssa's mother told law enforcement that someone told her her daughter was there being held at the park. Mom had listed you as a runaway because you left home without permission. So when the police got to you, Emily, you gave a fake name and the bag you had weed in it. So we could have released your parents on Friday, but mom and dad were not able to come and pick you up. And mom is afraid that if they let you go, you will run away again for days at a time. We give you a drug test, positive for weed. Well, is mom, dad here?
Mom is present.
Mom is present. Where's
in the parent room?
Hi, Mom. Okay, so what is this vigil that we're talking about? Do you know?
He was at a vigil for a person that passed away here in North Fort Worth, older, 20 years old.
I'm sorry. Can you take off your mask? I'm having trouble understanding you.
He was like 20 years old. A vigil. Someone passed away here in North Fort Worth.
Okay, so when you say passed away, like he had cancer and passed away, car wreck, or was killed?
Shooting.
A shooting. Okay, so why is your daughter hanging around people, young people that are getting shot?
She's hanging around the wrong crowd. She's saying she's older when she's not. She's trying to grow up faster when she doesn't need to. That's what my concern is.
Yeah, so she's not being 15.
No, sir.
Well, that's a problem. Alyssa.
Go ahead and tick that off your bingo card today, folks. That is, she was hanging out with the wrong crowd. We all know how that one starts. She's a good kid, I swear. Anyways, let's continue.
So, okay, Mom, how long has this been happening as far as her hanging around people that you don't approve of?
Maybe about the past year,
Last year, all right? How long is she smoking weed?
about around the same time. She has been through some tragedies. She lost her best friend. I've offered her, it took me a while to get her a placement to see in a warm place for grief counseling. so that she can handle it in a better way rather than self-medicating and running away.
Is she on any kind of medication at all other than the marijuana?
She needs to be on medication, yes, sir.
She stopped about a year ago.
It's been a little bit before since the last time she was evaluated. So they had her on medication when she was in Denton.
When's the last time she saw a doctor?
Since she was in Denton, it's almost been about not about 6 months, maybe.
Okay. So, we need the kids, juveniles seeing mental health doctors, it needs to be about every 6 weeks. Okay?
Yes.
And that's mostly because the brain is changing. And so the doctor has to try and keep up with the physical changes of a child.
My thing is, I can give her a hand, but I need her to meet me halfway. I can't, can't chase her down when she leaves the house.
No, and Mom, this is where I disagree with you. You don't need to meet her halfway. She needs to meet you all the way. She needs to come to you. You don't need to come to her. That's part of being a kid. When she goes and gets a job and pays her own bills, pays her rent, has responsibilities, then maybe she meets you halfway. But as long as she's dependent on you, she's dependent on you. Don't give up on that, Mom. Don't lower your standards, because all that does is it enables her. Okay? A child will always take more when the parents give more. So you have to draw the line in the sand, Mom. I'm not scolding you. I'm just trying to share some parental advice as the juvenile judge, okay? So that being said, I know Alyssa now knows what I expect of her. Alyssa, I'm going to lay this out very simply and very clearly for you. You are 15 years old. If you want to be a child, if you want to be treated like a child with the benefits that come with being 15 years old, your mom and I are more than happy to do so because we will recognize that. However, if you want to act like a grown-up, and I don't know about your mom, but I will treat you like a grown-up. And it's really that simple. If you're going to make big girl decisions like an adult does, I will give you big girl consequences. And that's just the way it's going to be all the way till you age out of the juvenile system. However, if you behave like a 15-year-old girl should, which means you're listening to your mom, you're following the rules, you're not running away, you're not using weed, you're taking medication, seeing the doctor, the things that a kid's supposed to do, then I will give you every grace and every deference and every benefit that a child would. So this is your decision to make. Either if you want to say you want to be a grown-up and have the judge treat you like an adult, happy to do so. If you want to say, Judge, I'm only 15 and I want the benefit of you being nicer to me because I am younger and give me another chance and chance and chance, as long as you're behaving like a 15-year-old with respect, I will do so. That being said, I'm going to go ahead and detain you, and I'm going to go ahead and detain you, get to level 1O, and you got to hold it for 7 consecutive days. That means if you drop to level 1 acceptable, it all starts over again where you get to level 1 outstanding. So this is not going to be easy, especially for a girl like what it looks like the problems that you have with defiance and not following rules. If you can follow 100% of the rules here, then I will give you another chance and go home to mom. However, if you give the little microaggressions, if you give the defiance, if you're just going to do it your own way, you will stay here for a long, long time until we find a placement for you. And when I say placement, that's the kind of place where you go for 6 to 9 months in Iowa or South Dakota or something like that. And you stay there until you show you can follow the rules. Right? So this is not a pleasant situation to be in. And the crazy part about this is you're in this situation because you decided you want to smoke some weed and walk out the house. Like, how easy was it never to deal with me? But the fact that you're not listening to your mom, that's what brought you here. And that's what I think we need to fix. Do you have any questions for me, Alyssa?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Get to level 1 outstanding. I'm giving you the keys to get out of here. You control this. So you get to level 1.0, you'll hold it for 7 consecutive days, then I'll be happy to release your electronic monitor. But if you don't, then you'll just stay here until you do. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Nava. So we have Rodney Moore.
Happy birthday, McPigeon. That is a great excuse. Yeah, I'm joking about strip clubs. They're very sleazy here too. But I am not joking about buffets. I bet if they were at a buffet, they would still be open. We're about to see a a famous character, if you will. If anybody's missing me right now, I am on the screen. I am in the top corner. I am zooming into court just like all these folks did right from their living rooms or kitchens. And you'll notice just right near me is a little guy we've seen before. This is Rodney Moore, the guy, the rapper, 12-year-old rapper guy. So as we recall, this is 2020. These are old cases. So that's why we're seeing this. I want you to remember that. Also, yeah, please remember to vote in the chat. That helps a lot. Like the video. That super helps. And yeah, let's continue. I'm trying to think of what to make for dessert. I got a dessert request of, I don't know. So, who knows?
All right, Mr. Moore. Judge Kim, you've been here for 10 days, so I'm reviewing your case, deciding whether to keep you in custody or to release you. The court will make a finding that the interests of the public or the interests of the child would be better served by opening this proceeding to the public. So it is open. So Rodney, you are. Oh, hi, Grandpa.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, and I believe Marquita Crosby is here. Mom is here as well.
Oh, great.
Hello. So, Mom, good to see you again. All right, so, a couple things. Rodney, you're 12. You're here. You're on probation for arson. While you were out, you had cut off your electronic monitor, and you were absconded for about a month. And so we finally caught up with you when we brought you in. You were positive for marijuana. And you have a pending charge for injury to a child where a baby was shot. You were resource staffed, and there was a placement in Grayson County that found you that is willing to accept you. So, all right. So, a couple things. First of all, I don't ever let this go. I always keep this with me, Rodney, because just like I told you, once you put it on the internet, it never comes down.
Yes, sir.
Remember this picture that we had that I'm worried about you with guns, and then now I'm finding another one.
Sarah, are you talking about tonight? Because then probably you should leave because tonight I've been extremely mild and silent. So, yeah, this is an opinion channel. It's my kitchen. That's sort of what people are here for. You can totally find these cases online and watch them by yourself if you don't want to hang out with people. But if you do, we are really cool people. That's sort of how it goes. But if you're worried about the case, the divorce lady case, I figured it out. What I think has happened is people that identify with that lady seem to be upset with how I was on that lady. But you know what? The majority of people really liked it. So at first I literally thought this was a sarcastic comment, like they were mad I wasn't being more condescending and mean tonight. But I think Sarah might be right or real, like saying that I need to change my attitude, which I don't and I won't. Anyways, let's keep going.
So these pictures of you with firearms keep on popping up on the internet. And now my concern is, how many guns do you actually have access to? Like, do you have them hidden away, or all these people providing them to you? Like, my fear is that if I release you, you have one of these multitude of weapons that keep on showing up every week. Yes, sir.
I ain't worried about no guns, none of that.
No, well, you're not worried about guns, but I am, Rodney, because, what's surprising is when they keep on just filtering through and showing up every once in a while, it just worries me because it makes me think that you have access to all these guns. If it was just one, it'd be different. But it's like every week another one pops up, and it just makes me worried. So I'm just not knowing how many guns that you have access to in the community, and the fact that you also have a shooting case you're involved with. Yes, sir.
Look, check this out. I realize, like, You use a gun, you gonna die by a gun. I ain't even worrying about no gun.
Well, you're not worried, but I am.
Like,
right?
look, I'm not worried about being around no guns. Yeah,
No, but I'm worried about it. You may not be worried, but I'm worried about it. Because as far as it's like all these pictures of guns keep on popping up. I didn't even know about all these. And just like they all just start showing up. And so I'm kind of concerned. I think you with guns is a much bigger problem than I originally thought it was. And this is kind of the problem when you put things on the internet. It just always stays up there and always kind of shows up. Not always at once. Sometimes it just filters and trickles down and it keeps on flowing like out of a garden hose. So as long as these pictures keep on showing up until I have a good idea of how many guns you have access to and where you're getting them from, it just makes me not want to let you go. Yes, sir.
What new gun popped up?
I don't remember seeing this picture before.
You showed me that.
Oh, is that one I already had?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, I meant to bring out this one then. That's a different picture that showed up.
That's old.
Well, it may be old, but it's new to me.
That's before I was even on probation. None of that.
You shouldn't be proud of that.
No, I'm not proud of it.
That means like you were 10 years old. That means you were 10 years old in this picture? That makes it even worse that somebody was giving a 10-year-old a gun if it was before you were on probation. Like, how does that make it better for you, Rodney?
It
Tell
don't.
me you were 10-year-old with a gun and because it was before you were on probation. So, yeah, as long as, it seems like you've had access to gun for years and years now, which makes me even more worried because I don't know how many more guns you have access to when you get out. So I just, as long as these pictures keep on showing up, it's going to make me more and more worried about releasing you because you can go out and get another gun. Yes, sir.
I got a question. You know when you let me out on the monitor last time?
Mm-hmm.
When I did my 2 weeks, why I didn't get off?
When you did your 2 weeks, what do you mean?
Papa, right. You remember I did my whole 2 weeks and I didn't get off.
He had a probationary period. He was told to do 2 weeks in his, he would be allowed to go out, I guess, and have some free time. Wasn't
He told me put you on 2 weeks on the monitor, then you're going to get off. Remember?
No.
Yes, I think there was something to that effect. Yes.
I never give promises like that because I've been here long enough that too many kids break the rules. So what I probably told you was, we'll try it out for 2 weeks, and then if it's time to take it off, then we'll take it off. But I never make that promise on monitor that we're only doing 2 weeks.
Also, this is sad. This is a sad case. I would like to know who I was so mean to last night. Please remember, and it's easy to misinterpret, especially if you maybe have dyslexia, because this is not a Karen room. This is a NERAK room. NERAK. Reverse Karen. I use my Karen powers for good only. So you might usually sort of win in like Karen showdowns, but I'm a master. So hang out, which you probably will because we're cool people. And if not, leave. I don't care. Engage. Say mean things. It doesn't matter. This is who I am, and that's the way it is.
Because what happens if a kid has a monitor for 2 weeks and at 13 days decides to go commit a new offense? Right? I'm not going to let them off the monitor. I'm going to bring them back in. Right? I don't make promises like that. Right?
Yes, sir.
So, Mr. Moore, as long as these pictures are coming up, I'm getting very, very concerned. All right, that being said, so, Ms. Crosby, I know you're here. I've got a concern because evidently you are broadcasting your conversations on the phone with Rodney over the internet for people to view. And so I would like to discuss this with you in person. If we can go ahead and have you come into court, what day is convenient for you?
Well, my aunt just passed away. I'm in Oklahoma down here. We're having a lot of family issues. So
I understand. So, but my question is, what day is convenient for you?
probably some.
Sorry, we're gonna go back. Like I said that. No. We gotta go back a little bit so that doesn't make me look like it. just about to like there.
As long as these pictures are coming up, I'm getting very, very concerned. All right, that being said, so Ms. Crosby, I know you're here. I've got a concern because evidently you are broadcasting your conversations on the phone with Rodney over the internet for people to view. And so I would like to discuss this with you in person. If we can go ahead and have you come into court, what day is convenient for you?
Well, my aunt just passed away. I'm in Oklahoma down here. We're having a lot of family issues. So,
I understand. So, but my question is, what day is convenient for you?
probably sometime next week because I'll be down here a whole 6 days. So,
Okay. So why don't we do this? Why don't next Monday, when Rodney has his next
and I'm sorry, you were saying what about?
Okay, so next Monday, when Rodney has his detention hearing, that you're instructed to be here in person at the courthouse. Okay, so
I'm not going to make it in 6. I will be here for 6 consecutive days.
yes. So you're already there.
But to make plans with my friend. But what were you saying in the beginning? I'm sorry, I missed the whole thing of what you were saying, Judge.
Ms. Crosby,
I didn't hear you. That's what I was saying. I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm not trying to be like that with you
people
today.
talk at the same time. Okay, only one person can talk at a time.
Yeah, for
What
sure.
I'm saying is, you're given notice that you need to be here in the courthouse at 10:30 on Monday morning, next Monday.
Referring.
So we can talk about evidently that you are having phone calls with Rodney and then broadcasting those phone calls to a third party over the internet. So that is what I want to talk to you about. All right, so I will see you
What was
next,
that picture you showed? That's what I was
I will
asking.
see you next morning at 10:30. Yes, Mr. Moore.
That's my sister. That's not my mama.
Okay, then your mom can talk to us about it. Okay? So,
That's not me in the photo because I
Yeah,
don't
that's
wear blonde hair.
ma'am, we can talk about this next Monday morning. All right. All right,
I
Ms.
probably
Moore.
won't make it.
Ma'am,
I
again,
probably won't make it. That's what I'm asking.
I'm instructing you that you need to be here at 10:30 on Monday morning. This is not a hair appointment. This is a court setting. You need to be here at Monday at 10:30.
I won't.
All right. So Papa, thank you for being here.
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Moore, I'm going to go and detain you. Thank you.
Won't make it, Judge Kim.
That's your decision whether you're going to skip court or not. I can't make you be here for this. I'm giving you notice when it is. If you miss it, then there's consequences to that.
Right.
Joshua Ballard. Oh, is it? All right. So at this point, that is the hearings I'm doing. I'll be back later. I'm going to turn this docket over to Judge Porter so we can handle these 10-day and couple 5-day detention hearings.
Thank you, Judge Kim. Good morning, everybody. All right, Mr. Ballard, you and I know each other, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Ballard, the court, I'm going to take judicial notice of the hearings concerning you that I've overseen over, I guess, golly, going all the way back to January, if memory serves correctly. You have the right to remain silent. You also have the right to an attorney. Your attorney, Mr. Pearson, is here. The court has previously determined that probable cause exists to believe that you engaged in delinquent conduct. This is a 10-day detention hearing after the court initially detained you. Mr. Ballard, you've been level 1-0 since Friday. However, the court has released you on at least 3 occasions on the electronic monitor. Each of those times you cut it off. And then this most recent time, you came back with a new offense that involves a weapon. Given that history, plus your inconsistency at maintaining level 1-0 in the back, the court believes that if I were to release you today, you would be a danger to the community. And so on that basis, you will be detained, and that will be the order of court. Thank you, Mr. Ballard. Ernesto Pacheco Gutierrez. Ms. Keenan is, Ms. Perkins is here. Yay.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. Are you Mr. Gutierrez?
Yes, sir.
Pardon?
Yes, sir.
Happy birthday.
Appreciate it.
All right. Mr. Gutierrez, the law says when you're brought into detention and initially detained, you must see a judge every 10 business days thereafter. This is your 10-day hearing. You have the right to remain silent. You also have the right to an attorney. And Ms. Keenan Perkins is your attorney and is here. Today is Mr. Gutierrez's 16th birthday. You've been level 1-0 since the 27th. So, Ms. Guerrero, what brings Mr. Gutierrez into court today?
Yes, Judge. He was referred in custody for possession of marijuana. It seems that at 1:30, patrol officers stopped the vehicle, and they knew him from past contacts, and he was also in violation of curfew. And they did a search, and they found a jar containing marijuana on him. And he does have some other cases that were pending with our department for burglary of a vehicle ×2 and evading arrest and criminal trespass. The cases are currently pending over with the district attorney's office, Judge.
And those burglary of motor vehicles, those also occurred shortly after midnight, allegedly, correct?
Yes, sir.
Does he have a parent or guardian here today?
Yes, both his mother and father are present.
And let's see.
And Your Honor, I will say on the last detention hearing, October 19th, I believe it was Judge Kim said to have him get to level 1-0 and stay on level 1-0, which he has done successfully. And so we would like to request that he be released and that his parents are here today. Last time his parents could not be here. We had grandparents here.
And how long did Judge Kim say he had to maintain level 1-0?
He did not specify. He said, we're going to detain you and to get to level 1-0. Those were the words that I have in my notes.
All right, let me double check something real quick. All right. Okay. All right, Mom and Dad,
Yes.
did y'all know about his marijuana use?
No.
I've been knowing about it when I think he got caught with it, but nothing around the house or actually seen him do it. It was more of the tickets that he got a possession, I believe, one time.
How long ago did those tickets occur?
I thought the police officer said they found him with marijuana. It was sometime last year. It's been at least a year.
And does he have a job?
No, not yet.
Where'd he get the money to buy the marijuana?
Well, he was going to work with me for a few days, but it wasn't in that time period. Money-wise, I wouldn't know where he would get the money from.
Okay, so since last year up until at least October of this year, what have y'all been doing to dissuade him from using marijuana?
He doesn't use marijuana in
He's
my
not
home.
using it. It was just a ticket from like a year ago or so.
He never had a ticket for marijuana. This is the first time me hearing about it, and it's the first time him having a ticket for marijuana. He's never.
I thought Dad just told me that he got a ticket for marijuana last year.
I've never seen
Well,
a ticket
it's-
for marijuana.
It was a police officer that found marijuana in the vehicle that he was in. I don't know if it was my son's possession or his friend's.
But he never received a ticket for it. No. This is the
Oh, okay. So that's not his fault. We shouldn't hold that against him, right? Correct?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Gutierrez, I'm not yet satisfied that you're gonna stay straight and narrow if I to release you. I have some questions about the appropriateness of this situation. So you need to maintain level 1.0, and we'll revisit this in 10 business days. I'm going to order that you be detained.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Perkins. Isaac Michael Mata.
Yes, sir.
All right, are you Mr. Mata?
Yes,
Mr. Mata, the law says when you're brought into detention and initially detained, you must see a judge every 10 business days thereafter. This is your 10-day hearing. You have the right to remain silent. You also have the right to an attorney. Ms. Mills, your attorney, she's here. Do you see her on the screen?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm going to make a long story short. You're on parole from TJJD. You're brought in allegedly with unauthorized use of a motor vehicle, plus unlawfully carrying a weapon, possibly a 9mm. So based on those two facts, you've been level 1.0 since the 20th of October. You need to maintain level 1.0 because that's going to keep you in the best possible position for Ms. Mills to argue on your behalf. Because if you fall off that perfect behavior in the back, the state's going to do all sorts of mean things. So you need to maintain that. You need to maintain that to put Ms. Mills in the best possible position to argue on your behalf. But if the court were to release you today, I'm convinced that you'd be a danger to the public. So on that basis, you'll be detained. Thank you, sir.
Sir. I'm not on parole. I'm not on TJJD parole no more. I've completed TJJD parole. I've already completed that program. That's why they keep telling me that I'm on parole, but I'm not on parole no more.
He
completed his parole, but just so you know.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Mills. I appreciate you clarifying that.
Sure.
Nevertheless, his history is going to count against him in this situation.
Understand.
Rodney Settles.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mills.
Thank you.
All right. All right, are you Mr. Settles?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Settles, my name is Judge Porter. The law says when you're brought into detention and initially detained, you must see a judge every 10 business days thereafter. You have the right to remain silent. You also have the right to an attorney. And Ms. Lothorpe, your attorney, is here to represent you. Okay. According to the police report, around 5:30 in the afternoon on October 18th, Fort Worth police officers were discharged to a Quick Mart on McCart Avenue here in Fort Worth, Tarrant County, Texas, regarding a male shooting a gun in the air multiple times. Eventually, a suspect vehicle was located. The police report indicates that you told the police you were arguing with two other males, saw them reach for what you believed was a weapon, so you fired a handgun in the air one time. Thereafter, video surveillance obtained by the police show you placing a gun in a handbag and concealing that backpack with ostensibly the gun behind the Quick Mart. The gun, however, we don't know if it was recovered or not. You have been, you've been level 1.0 as of just this morning. Ms. Lothorpe, what are your thoughts?
I'd like to know if the grandmother who he resides with, is she online? Because she was going to sign in by phone and the mom was going to show up in person.
The mom was unable to make it. I am the grandmother. I am here.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Okay, there you are. All right, so thank you. And Your Honor, I have a couple questions for her, if it'd be all right with the court.
Certainly.
Okay, yes, ma'am. Are you basically acting as guardian, letting your grandson reside with you in your home?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's been the arrangement for quite some time?
Yes, ma'am. He was given to me a year ago.
Okay. And so you were not here last time. Juvenile was having a hard time finding his family. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. We had currently moved and his phone was broken. So he didn't, when it died, he didn't have my phone number. He never remembers it. And I continuously tell him he needs to remember that number. So
Okay,
the address that he gave.
It was not your lack of wanting to participate as much as no one told you. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and you described your grandson to me on the phone the other day as someone that does mind your curfews.
Yes, ma'am.
He is not known in the past to have a gun.
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
In fact, you've tried to investigate to try to figure out where this gun came from, correct?
Yes, ma'am. And I am currently still working on that process as well.
And he was normally he is with his, did you say cousin?
Yes, ma'am.
And who was there that day, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
But normally they go off and play basketball, correct?
Ma'am, that is correct. Their normal activity is just to go play basketball and come back to the house and get on the game.
Okay, now you described that if he was released that he would be on internet schooling.
That is correct.
And he wouldn't, and you would agree to keep him home except for legal, medical, or court procedures.
That is correct as well.
And you believe that he would mind you in following those rules?
Yes, ma'am.
You have no objections to an ankle monitor being placed on him to ensure it?
No, ma'am.
And if he was to violate your rules of the home, curfew rules, or any other rule, that you would be first to get a hold of probation to report that to him?
Yes, ma'am. That is correct.
All right, so you are a parent or grandparent of discipline?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and was this action out of character as you know your grandchild?
Yes, ma'am. It was out of character.
Okay, nothing further, Judge.
All right. Ms. Lothorpe, you've got a great grandmother here. The problem is, for me at least, Mr. Settles has only been level 1-0 as of this morning. Mr. Settles, I need you to maintain level 1-0 consistently, and you haven't done that yet. Once you prove to me that you can maintain level 1-0 consistently in detention, then I'll have reason to believe that you'll maintain level 1-0 for your grandmother, which is what I expect of all kids who get released. You're not there yet. So on that basis, I'm going to order that you be detained. You'll have another 10-day hearing in 2 weeks. Mr. Settles, I want you to maintain level 1-0 during that time. You do that, and then I'll be convinced that you'll maintain level 1-0 for your grandmother. But until I'm convinced of that, I can't let you go, okay? Because this is a serious offense. Anytime a kid is brought in on a gun charge, that changes things. So that's going to be the order of the court.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Thank you, grandmother. I appreciate it. I really do.
Yes, sir. Have a good day.
Thank you.
It was mostly his level grandma.
How old was that grandma?
James
Under
Anthony
40?
Atkins. All right. Don't bring him in yet. The law says when a child is under the age of 14, there's a presumption that the public's right
Everybody could come in, please. Cameras on. Stay on mute. Cameras on.
All right, good morning,
stay
everyone.
on mute.
This is the juvenile detention docket for November 10th, 323rd District Court. As a reminder to everyone before we get started, if you're going to be on here, I need you to be seated still. Whoever is on here with the iPhone that's walking around, it got bluish gray paint on the walls and a white ceiling, you need to sit still and announce your name, who you are. Your name has to be on the screen. You need to connect to your audio also. If you do not tell the court who you are, then I have to remove you and you can watch on YouTube. gonna need you, whoever on that iPhone, the blonde with the red glasses on, to connect with audio. I'm gonna go ahead and put you in the waiting room until you figure out how to work that, because it's distracting. Also, as a reminder to all, we are live streaming on YouTube because we are still under emergency orders that were issued by the Supreme Court of Texas due to the coronavirus pandemic. We're not allowed to have in-person proceedings. We are instructed to conduct proceedings remotely unless it's not possible. And so when we do that, we have to use Zoom as our virtual courtroom. And that is why I've said that everybody, and Judge Kim has ordered that everyone needs to sit still and have your identification on your Zoom screen as far as who you are, and have a quiet background because this is a virtual courtroom. And so we're also instructed to somehow live stream to the public or broadcast so that the public can see what's going on in the courts. And no one may record, copy, or redistribute any portion of these proceedings in violation of the court's order may result in a finding of civil and or criminal contempt. And so with that, are we ready over at the Tarrant County Jail?
We're ready, Your Honor.
I'm present, Your Honor.
Hi, Ms. Perkins.
Good morning.
No, they're back in the waiting room, but until they identify themselves, they're not coming in. I know they could hear me. I just don't, they didn't put audio connected so that they could talk. So I don't know if there's a way, Mary, you could send them a message. Are you on here, Mary, as your name, or are you on here? I'm going to co-host you because I can't do all this.
Yeah, hosting a live is hard, Judge.
In the waiting room, tell them they have to connect to audio or they're not coming in, and they have to identify themselves. All right. Mr. Bowles, I'm Judge Terry. This is your 10-day detention hearing. The purpose of this hearing is to determine whether I can release you to a parent or guardian, or if I should keep you detained. And I see you are detained at the Tarrant County Jail. Let me just get caught up. You're 17 years and 17 months old. You came back in on October 5th on a DTA. All right, so back in November of 2018, you were adjudicated for aggravated robbery with a deadly weapon. Placed on a 10-year determinate sentence with 5 years probated. In May of 2019, you were adjudicated for robbery and committed to an indeterminate sentence in TJD for order that your determinate supervision and the first cause number from 2018 remain in effect. You were paroled in May of this year from TJD. Oh, that's right. I saw you a few weeks ago. All right. Officer has had time maintaining contact with the family, and I believe that's probably why the DTA was issued. Officer had not had contact since August 31st of this year. Your grandmother, who you're paroled to, said she could not deal with your behavior, using drugs, doing what you want. Apprehended on the 30th of September at your grandmother's home. Right, TJD has a hold on you.
Your Honor, I believe that Mr. Mitchell said that they. Oh,
what's that?
I was going to say, I believe that the TJJD hold has been removed. Is that correct, Officer Mitchell?
Yes, it was removed yesterday.
Okay, so that's what I was going to ask. And what's up with the CPS situation?
The CPS was just trying to locate him after he left his grandmother's house initially. And once he returned to his grandmother's house, they still had a hard time locating him. As a matter of fact, the day he was arrested, it was the CPS investigator trying to locate him who actually notified the police that he was back at his grandmother's house.
Okay, great. Well, I mean, Mr. Bowles, I don't know. I'm just looking at your history with us since 2014, 2016, 2018. Just next leveled everything in 2018. You are set for determinant sentence modification on the 10th of December.
Yeah, and I'll speak.
It depends on if Ms. Perkins would like you to speak or not.
If he wants to speak, I'd rather do a breakout room first.
Okay, I'm not going to allow a breakout room today. I don't have the time for that, Ms. Perkins, with everybody on here. But I'm sure that you could contact him somehow, right?
Yeah.
And then, you know, if you feel that there's something that needs to be brought to the court's attention, obviously you can do that.
I'm sorry, Miss Judge.
Yes. Well, that might be, is that grandma or what? Who is
Yes,
that?
that's his grandma.
Grandmother.
Okay, are you Mr. Bowles' grandmother?
Yes, I'm grandma.
Okay.
Can y'all not put him out on a monitor?
Well, you know, I don't know because, I mean, he's got a violation of a court order previously.
I guarantee he won't take it off. He won't. He's had him on before. There was no problem.
The judge can send him down home for a reason, or just because he's on parole and probation and decided to. Okay. Ms. Perkins, was he taken? Let's see. Oh, that's right. He was transported to Tarrant County Jail.
And Judge, I did know where he was because, you know, I called his probation officer and let her know I had kicked him out because of we couldn't get along.
Well, I'm told that you kicked him out because he was doing whatever he wanted to and he was using drugs still.
They never tested him for that.
Okay. Mr. Mitchell, is there a way we can arrange for him to be tested?
I have no idea the protocol of getting tested in the jail, but he's probably going to come out clean because he's been in there for over a month.
And Mr. Mitchell, he was always clean on the first thing.
Ma'am, so you're telling me what you said to Mr. Mitchell's report, that you said that he was using drugs. Is that true or not?
That was reported to his parole
I
officer.
never saw him.
You didn't say that to his parole officer? But did you say, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you tell his parole officer that he was using drugs?
No, I told her he's acting a little bit different and he might be smoking some pot, but I did not know because I did not see him do it. And there were no drugs in my house.
Well, he wasn't reporting to TJJD like he was supposed to. And he wasn't reporting to our probation department like he was supposed to.
But see, he was reporting to Mr. Mitchell where he was.
Not for the month of September, he wasn't. So,
the only reason the situation's happened, I guess, because I made the wrong decision.
Okay, well, fact is, he wasn't reporting to either person he was supposed to be reporting to. And so, right now I'm hearing like you're not helping him. Part of the reason I want to keep him in is because he's 17 years old right now, and he goes back out and he picks up another offense, then he's back downtown as an adult. Okay, I'm trying to protect him from himself right now because I just think he's got a likelihood to reoffend, to be quite frank. And right now he's listening to you, kind of enabling him. And so at this point, I do think he is likely to reoffend. I don't think he has suitable supervision at home. And so Ms. Perkins is a very good lawyer, and everything you just said, she can sort out if that's the case. Okay.
I've never
So
even
at this,
met her.
for right now, I'm detaining him. Thank you.
No monitor. Please.
To be excused, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mitchell.
May I be excused as well?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Keenan.
Thank you.
Okay.
Here. All right. All right. Are you Mr. Barbar?
Yes, ma'am.
I am Judge Terry. This is your 10-day detention hearing, and the purpose of this hearing is to determine whether I can release you to a parent or guardian, or if you should continue to be detained. You have the right to remain silent, but if you do speak, nothing you say can be held against you. Any other kind of proceeding, I can only consider it for detention purposes. You also have a right to an attorney, and your attorney is Mr. Mooney, and he is waving his hand up there on the screen. Oh, Mr. Mooney, you're muted. Can you unmute yourself, please?
Okay,
There you go. Do you see your attorney, Mr. Barbar?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Let's see. Looks like this is your first 10-day detention hearing. You came in on a DTA on October 26th, 11:10 in the evening. You turned yourself in the lobby at JPD along with your mother, knowing there was an active DTA that was issued on October 5th for you being on abscond status. You left home on September 28th and did not return home until October 26th. Is there a parent or guardian here for him today? I don't see anybody.
I texted her the Zoom link this morning.
Yeah, I don't see anybody. Okay. You've had two DTAs issued earlier this year during one of them was during the shutdown. The other one was right before. You're on probation for criminal mischief from July of 2019. Actually, no, was that extended?
Oh, ma'am.
So did he complete it in September then?
Yes, next year.
Okay.
Oh, this year.
Okay, because the box is checked that he's on probation still, so, all right. He tested positive for marijuana when he came in. He was positive on the 27th and the 30th. Why did he have two?
On the 20th,
Of October.
when he refused to give.
Okay.
27.
Because he knew he was going to test positive.
Yes.
Judge, he told me that he was unable to go. He didn't refuse. He just couldn't use the bathroom. And they said, okay, well, we'll count it as a refused. That's
Okay.
what.
Well, anyway, he tested positive when he did give a sample, so, okay. He's got a psychological evaluation scheduled for later this week. He's been level 1 acceptable. Well, he's not level 1 outstanding. And so, Mr. Barber, I really read that so I could kind of get a handle on where you're at. But what is the behavior level expectation when you're here?
Level 1 outstanding.
Yep, level 1-0. And so you are not there. You're level 1 acceptable as of today. So you're on your way there, I hope. But I am going to keep you detained so we can get that psychological evaluation. You were gone for a month. I don't know what you're doing out there, and your mom's not here today for me to have that conversation with her either. So I have to believe that you refused to accept parental supervision because you were off on your own for a month. And so I'm going to go ahead and keep you detained, and we'll see how you do. All right, thank you, Mr. Barber.
Thanks, Judge.
To level 10 and stay there, all right? That way I can let you go, hopefully, the next time.
Can I be excused, Judge?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Jada Singleton Davis. Is Ms. Abels here, or Ms. Jacobson, are you stepping in today? Thank you.
I might be stepping in. Thank you.
Okay. Hi, Jada. I'm Judge Terry. This is your detention hearing. You have a right to have this hearing within 2 business days of being brought in. The purpose of this is to determine whether I can release you to a parent or guardian, or if I should keep you detained. You have a right to remain silent, but if you do speak, nothing you say can be held against you at any other kind of proceeding. I can only consider it for detention purposes. Okay? You also have a right to an attorney, and your attorney for today is going to be Julie Jacobson, and she's here on the Zoom screen. Do you see her? Yes. All right. Let's see. I believe you were brought in on a DTA too. Okay. So you've been here less than 2 days. Violation of a court order. You're on probation for aggravated assault with a deadly weapon as of July 1st of this year. On the 5th of August, you were placed on 12 months probation. Actually, the 5th of August. I don't know why these dates are all. Okay. Aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. Then you were enrolled in FPP REACH program on the 8th of September. Since then, you and Mom have both made yourselves available for visits and participated appropriately. And then on October 6th, your mom contacted your PO to inform that she confronted you about making attempts to sleep with your older sister's boyfriend, who is 19 years old. Mother reported that as a result of her taking your phone, you threatened to break out the car windows with a brick. Your mom warned that she would call the cops. You left the residence and did not return. When her report was filed with Fort Worth PD, Mom has expressed that she did not want you back in the home, and that REACH has begun looking for rental placement facilities. You were picked up by Arlington PD on the 9th of November and tested positive for benzodiazepines. So what day did she leave the house?
On the 6th, I believe.
Yes, October 6th.
Okay. Are you Mom?
Yes, ma'am, I'm Mom.
Okay, okay. So while in runaway status, apparently you spent time with your boyfriend and then an older woman who allows runaways into her home. Same person you were with when you ran away in January. You were discharged from REACH on November 6th. Says you say you want to continue the program, but Mom's reported that she's not willing to allow you home, nor is she willing to do the program with you. Mom, your daughter needs some help. Are you telling the court that you're just kind of giving up on it?
I'm done. I can't, ma'am, Judge. I have been in counseling and trying to get my daughter help since the 5th grade. She's 17 now. Whatever I've done hasn't been successful, and I have done everything. I believe I should have given up a long time ago. But now, ma'am, it's going from bad to worse. And I told her probation officer, when September 8th, whenever we started the counseling and stuff like that, I was like, this is my last option. Like, I told her, I need y'all to help us. Like, if this not gonna work, like, this is it. I can't do it no more. She showed me, ma'am, it's not that I want to give up, but I can't keep helping a person that don't want to, help themselves. She's steady putting herself in situations that can get her killed and us killed too. And the people that she hangs around, ma'am, oh my goodness. Like
I couldn't. You say no more, Mom. I mean, if she's hanging around people who are knowingly letting a runaway into their home, I get it. There's nothing you can compete with that. Here's the thing, Jada, your mom is tapped out. And I think the department's been trying to work with her too the last few years.
Mm-hmm.
Jada, you're choosing not to self-help. You're choosing to hang around with people who really don't care about you. They're going to end you. You are going to end up in a horrible, horrible situation. You're testing positive for benzodiazepines at 17. Probably we're using them way before that. Well, I definitely have to keep you here, Jada, because you have told everybody that you are likely to abscond, okay? And you are on probation, testing positive for benzodiazepines. You've only been on probation for a few months. You've blown the rehabilitative options. I don't think I had you, but you know what? You remember when at your adjudication, your disposition, when it was explained to you that about rehabilitation and getting you services while you're on probation? You remember that, Jada? Okay, you've blown that. That was part of your probation because everybody here was trying to help you. So right now you've blown that, and so I need to keep you detained for now. We'll see how you do here and give your probation officer some time to figure out what the next steps should be. All right? All right. Thank you.
And Jada, as standing in for your attorney, why don't you give your attorney a call after you're done with this detention hearing?
Can you give me? Okay. Thank you, Ms.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Davidson.
Let me excuse Your Honor.
Oh, Forgivian Swift is next. Let's see, is a parent or guardian here for Forgivian?
Your Honor, we don't have anybody here.
Okay, thank you. So I think they were here last time, right, Mr. Adeniji?
Sorry, Judge.
What's that? Was Mom or Dad? Mom here last time?
She was.
I thought so.
And I expect her to be here today, too.
Oh, well, Forgivian, let me just go through the spiel. Obviously, this is your 10-day detention hearing, and I have to determine whether I can release you to a parent or guardian or keep you detained. You have a right to remain silent, but if you do speak, nothing you say can be held against you at any other proceeding here. I can only consider it for detention purposes. And you have a right to an attorney, and Mr. Adeniji is here. Do you see him this morning? Forgivian, do you see your attorney, Mr. Adeniji?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Mary, where are my notes? I saw her the last time. I know that this is a... Oh, is CPS here today?
Yes.
Where? Oh, Ms. Thomas?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see. able to get Forgivian a telehealth appointment of some kind for her mental health issues?
I forward paperwork to her probation officer.
Signing into Zoom.
Yeah, and he was going to request to have her psychological evaluation done while she was in detention.
Okay, Mr. Crawl?
Judge, I'm covering.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Call informed me that the problem is the her insurance. There's questions in reference to her medication. So that's where he's at now. So it's just the process of the insurance approving her medication. He said he didn't know if it was, they were not approving the medication she was prescribed or if they wanted the generic. So that's where he's at. And she's supposed to see Dr. D tomorrow. She does have an appointment tomorrow to see Dr. D.
Okay, and so Ms. Thomas, I mean, you're the managing conservator. You guys need to have a team effort here. And so if Mr. Crawl's out right now on vacation, whatever he's doing, I need you to be the one to follow up to make sure to push back at the insurance company.
Yes, ma'am. I wasn't aware, but I will call the superior.
I mean, I'm glad you kept Mr. Crawl informed. So I mean, it's like you guys got to act kind of as one right now, like parents together, okay? For Forgivian, because I really want to get her. She is, and can you tell me where you're at with? I was told last week when you weren't here that CPS was considering an RTC.
Yes, ma'am. We had two possible ones, but right before 10 o'clock, one of the RTC said that they could not address her behaviors. And the other RTC needs to have a second interview with her. And I wasn't aware that he wasn't in this morning. So I texted him to let him know that the people at Blue Bonnet wanted to speak with Forgiven again.
Okay.
So if I'm coming over there at 1, but if I need to give that information to someone else, I can do that so that they could go ahead and have the second interview with her.
Okay. So Ms. Thomas, my first order of business for Forgivian before we make any decisions at all as to where she's going to be placed and stuff is going to be to get her medication on and get her balanced and see where she's at then. I can tell you right now, she's not going to do well if she's not on her medication. And for some reason, the ball has just been dropped as far as her treatment.
Okay.
And so I don't want to set her up for failure. Right now, I'm absolutely against her going to an RTC unless, I mean, to me, that's always the last option for the kids. But first step, we've got to get, see if we can get her mental health under control first. And then maybe she would have better options. Okay, does that make sense?
Yes,
so
ma'am.
if we send her right now, she's going to end up going from placement to placement to placement. So we need to get her on the medications that we know that she needs and see how she does after a little bit before we subject her to being judged by an RTC, you know?
Yes, ma'am.
Forgivian, did you have a question?
Yes, I have something to say. So
Can you take your mask off? It's hard for me to hear you.
okay, I have something to say. So my mom, remember when you were saying last time when we were here that if my mom had somewhere for me to go, like I can get my medication, because I seen the nurse yesterday and she said that the prescription didn't go through because they don't know my insurance.
Right, and so no matter where you go, that's going to be the issue. Okay, your insurance. So right now, that's why I've asked Ms. Thomas, and then Ms. Guerrero will tell Mr. Crawl to follow up and kind of push back against the insurance company, find out if they just need to, if the doctor just needs to give you generic or what they're going to cover, because you've seen the doctor has determined that this is the medication you need, and now the insurance company is like kind of like a little roadblock. So give them a little bit to get through that. And I want to set her for next week again, just one more week out, and hopefully we'll have some more answers. Ms. Guerrero, can you tell me why Forgivian's on level 2? Unacceptable?
Sorry, just give me 1 second.
Okay.
She was placed on a level 2 unacceptable on the 10th. It looks like she was actually confined on the 24th. So she was a level 3 and slowly went up. And then she was a level 2 outstanding on the 26th, and then went to a level 1 outstanding on the 29th, and then back down on the 10th to a level 2. And let's see what happened.
Is it physical aggression? Oh, Mary.
It seems that on the 9th, there was a few little things that happened. She was slow to comply, verbal altercation with peers. She wouldn't fold her blanket, blurting out, getting up from her seat, arguing with staff. And she was given game restrictions after verbal altercation with the
Yeah, thank you. Ms. Mary just showed me the list. So, okay, Vivian, some of this is you, and some of it is the fact that I know that you need some assistance balancing everything out with your medication. But you got to do the best you can in the meantime, and hopefully that issue will be resolved before the end of this week. Anything from you, Mr. Adeniji? You're muted.
I thought the mom was going to be signed on now, Judge. She has information she needs to share with the court about the steps she has taken. I've sent her the link about 5 minutes ago.
She's not here, so.
Okay. Because I spoke with Forgiving earlier this morning, and she was telling me about the efforts the mom was making. And I think you captured it very well about the only thing remaining is the issue of the insurance to cover the medication.
And so, Mr. Adeniji, yeah, that's why I've asked Ms. Thomas to stay on top of that. And because we have a script for her now, finally, that was what I wanted to hear today. But I was hoping it would be filled.
Yeah.
So thank you for everyone for making sure that she got that doctor visit and that it was prescribed, and just please stay on top of that. I would hope to hear that she has been taking her meds for days by the time I see you guys on Tuesday of next week.
Hopefully, yes.
All right. So forgive me, and I have to detain you right now until we figure out where we're going to place you. I'm trying to keep you out of an RTC. I need you to do your part. Okay. You have a question?
Oh. Why can't I just use my mom's insurance and my mom take me to the place?
Your mom did what?
She's asking why she can't use her mom's insurance. Isn't that what they're using?
No, they're using mine. They were changed, right? Yeah, mine never changed. So they don't know my insurance. But my mom has a family insurance, Blue Shield, Blue Cross.
Ms. Thomas, what do you know about that?
I was unaware that mother had insurance that covered Forgiven.
Okay, can you check with mom? Can you connect with mom today? Because if that's the case, that's an easy solution right there.
Okay.
And so that's what needs to be done. Mom had indicated that she was unable to get in contact with CPS. So now that you're here, Mr. Adeniji, can you let mom know they need to touch
That's
base?
why I'm trying to get her on the phone so she can speak. Okay, the judge is asking a question. Can you speak to the judge?
Yes, I can. I was on the Zoom, but you just found my network.
Okay, the judge wants to know if your insurance covers Forgiven's medications.
I don't know what her insurance covered because Miss Regina Thomas changed it. It used to cover it. I don't know if it covers it anymore because they.
Mom, CPS can't change your daughter's insurance plan that you have. So I need you to talk, Mom, I need you to get on the phone with Ms. Thomas and work that out. Maybe it's just a matter of submitting your insurance information to the pharmacy, and maybe that's an easy solution if that's the case, okay?
Well, I talked with the pharmacy lady, the nurse from the juvenile hall facility, and I gave her Forgiven's medical number. Her medical ID number.
No, what the judge is saying, you go to the pharmacy and submit your insurance to get your daughter's medication on your insurance.
I have Forgiven's insurance.
No. Not forgiven, your own.
Forgiven has her own insurance. She doesn't have the same insurance with me.
Okay, does your own insurance cover your daughter? She said it doesn't, Judge.
Okay, well, that's the answer, Forgivian. Okay, your mom said her policy doesn't cover you. She doesn't have you on her policy. So your only choice is to use the one that the state's provided for you. And I've asked Ms. Thomas and now Mr. Crawl through Ms. Guerrero to push back and figure out which medication they're going to cover, if they will cover the generic version of the one you were prescribed, or if they will go ahead and cover what you were prescribed. Okay, so that's their job to work that out in the next few days. And hopefully when I see you on next Tuesday that you will have already had your medication prescribed and that you've been taking it for a few days, okay? All right.
Can Dr. call it into the pharmacy with me and that way I can go take the car and pick it up? Because if I'm not mistaken, Casey said that he was going to have the juvenile hall doctor write her one out. But if he calls one in, then I can just go pick it up and drop it off. It'll be
Okay,
faster.
that's all done. She's late to this, so you guys can explain that to her. All right, but for now, I've signed the order to detain, and we'll set this again for 1 week to see where we're at. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Rudy Valle.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning, Mr. Reyes. Hi, Rudy. This is your 10-day detention hearing, and you know the purpose is to determine whether I can release you back to mom or if I should keep you here detained. Mary, do you have any notes from me from last time I saw him? I don't remember. I know that you've been doing well. You know you have the right to remain silent, but if you do speak, nothing you say can be held against you at any other kind of proceeding. You can only consider it for detention purposes. And you also have a right to have your attorney. And your attorney, is Mr. Green here today?
I'm here, Your Honor.
Oh, there he is. Okay. I think you got a haircut.
Yeah, they made me cut my hair.
I didn't recognize you. Okay.
They decided CJA panel members need to have a more presentable appearance.
Well, let's see. All right, I was just looking at my notes. I remember I made some kind of deal with you, Rudy. I made a deal that I would consider releasing you at least today, right? If you held up your end of the deal. So, Mom, I know you weren't here last week, but what happened was Rudy had been on level 1 outstanding since October 25th, and due to his history, I was not comfortable even considering releasing him at that time even. Just
Correct.
because of his history. So, and I know you understand that. And so that's why I said it again for today instead of making him wait 2 weeks, because I do want him to know that, I'm not just leaving it here and have already judged him on his past behavior as far as detention purposes, But I do have to take note of everything that I do know from previous detention hearings, okay?
Yes.
So that's why we were here after a week instead of 2 weeks, and he is still level 1 outstanding. Let's see, he's been level 1 outstanding for.
I just want to comment on something in the chat from the last participant who they were talking about a medication issue. Now, like I've said 50 times, and I'll say 50,000 more. I'm Canadian, so I have a different healthcare system. However, what I'm to understand is that in a jail so we have to keep in mind there's 2 distinctions that we have to make. The first distinction is that these are juveniles, not adults. So their terms of what they're calling where they're keeping them are different than adults. So adults, you have jail and prison, right? And jail is pre-conviction, and prison isn't jail pre-conviction. County jail's pre-conviction and up to 2 years, and then after more than 2 years, you would go to a state penitentiary, and that would be a prison. So I think that when you're incarcerated as an adult, free trial, if they're still responsible for your medication, but these are detentions or detainees technically. And I think that it is different in terms of what they're required because this is basically a transitory place. It's not meant to be holding kids for a long period of time. That's what you'll find them mentioning TYRC and also TJJD. Those are the two, Texas Juvenile Justice Department and the Texas Youth like Recovery Center or something like that. Anyways, so what I would theorize and what I hear often is that the parents are asked to bring the medications because they, part of me will absolutely administer them. But I mean, anybody that's ever worked in government or dealt with government knows that the wheels of government move very slowly, and these are the wheels of government. And so even though like 10 days is literally nothing in terms of like getting the authority to give somebody a child who's a minor medications, maybe with or without their parents' consent. Like, I think that there's some legalities there. And so they really try and bring the parents in and be part of it. But I think that it's important to note that I think if they were housed in a like if they were found delinquent and given an indeterminate sentence and said you're staying at TJJD, I believe that the county or the state then would be absolutely responsible for the continued medication management of those kids. But at the detention center, I think it's a little bit of a different ballgame because it's so transitory and the people are changing often. So, but you'll hear Judge Kim often say, like, and again, this is the rules. If you're going in front of Judge Kim and your kid is being treated by a psychiatric professional or a mental health professional, you most definitely better have had them there within the last 60 days because that is what he thinks is the standard, and he will reprimand you if you don't do it. So that's like one of Judge Kim's sticking points. If you want to come across as really put together with him, you come there with, yes, they were there. Like you see his demeanor change immediately when a parent says, yes, they were at their appointment last week. He's dealing in a different ball game than when the parent says, I don't know this kid's friends. I don't know where he goes. I bought him a dirt bike or a motorcycle before he was old enough to drive one. Like that's what it's just how your parent can really ruin this for you or make it better. Those are the things. Anyways, I really don't enjoy Judge Terry as much. It's like she's the understudy. No offense, Judge Terry. You also have an open invitation to come to my kitchen anytime. I'd love to chat with you. I'm sure you're a lovely lady in person, but you have a hard act to follow with Judge Kim and then Judge Porter. So, yeah. Anyways, but it's like she's got the lines written down for her, but she's just saying them without much gusto or gusto. Anyways, let's continue on. And I don't know why I first interrupted, but I'm sure it was a reason, and maybe you guys will remember. But let's go back to it.
Just over 2 weeks. And let's see. So I guess I should ask Mr. Reyes, what is the longest that Rudy's ever been level 1 outstanding?
Your Honor, the last report that I got from October 25th, I don't see anything new. Any
Right.
thing. That's all I got to see through my system. So I'm assuming that he's still level 1 unless there's
No,
some.
he is, but what I'm asking is, I know he's been here in and out for a little while now. What's the longest, if you can look at his history, what's the longest he's ever stayed on level 1 outstanding?
Oh, that I can tell you is 3 days.
3 days is the longest ever?
2 days and a half.
Really?
Yes, ma'am.
And he's been on it for 2 weeks this time?
Yes. On the latest one, I don't know if he's been since the 25th on a 1 because I don't have the latest report, Your Honor.
Well, that's what this says to me. That's what the
Yeah.
report to me says. He's been level
Yes,
1
ma'am.
outstanding since October 25th. So I'm just wondering if there's been, basically my question is, has he done this before where he's level 1 outstanding for 2 weeks and then we release him and he comes back in on another offense?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Mom, what are your thoughts?
I'm kind of torn. I'm worried because his court date's on December 8th, that when it comes closer to the court date, that he's going to get discouraged and end up taking off again. It's become kind of a pattern.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. This, page 2 is his entire pattern.
That's the only thing that worries me is him taking off again and us not being able to find him, or he's going to come with a new charge like this previous time.
Right. Let me see.
Your Honor, may I say something?
Yes.
Your Honor, I just got a new referral from yesterday.
That's what I was told. It's not on my report, so tell me about it.
Okay, so this thing happened when he was gone back on the second DTA that he had since he's been with me. After he was placed on probation back on August the 20th with Judge Porter, he was released on probation, extension of probation.
Wait, that happened on August 20th. Okay, yes, go ahead.
Right. So when he was on a DTA, he ended up going to Arlington. This offense happened in Arlington, Texas. So according
What's the date of the alleged offense?
August the 30th.
Oh, so that was before the offense that he got picked up on. So first he went to Arlington, allegedly,
Right.
and committed a new offense, and then he went to Haltom City. So what happened in Arlington, Mr. Reyes?
So in Arlington, Your Honor, when he was on a DTA, he ended up going to visit a friend, and the victim's father, he reported that Rudy entered into her apartment or home in this case, I'm sorry, through the window about 3 a.m. And so she allowed him to spend the night there. She fell asleep. And by the next morning, Rudy wasn't there. He ended up taking her cell phone and $100 that she got from her birthday.
This was a friend of Rudy's?
Apparently, Your Honor, yes.
And who does this friend live with?
Rudy, don't talk.
With the father.
Please.
Okay, with her dad?
Right. And this one was a cell phone and $100 bill.
This is something you could consider under 1245 if he is adjudicated delinquent of the instant offense. I don't have a pleading on this.
Yeah, and it's not in my report. I mean, it's just another little thing, and I mean, I don't mean to minimize it because it's not just, you know what I mean? But Rudy, you're up to a whole page now in your offense report of history here, like a whole entire page on this chart of offense dates, violations of court orders, directives to apprehend. Placement search is still in process.
See, Your Honor, this is where I'm getting confused. one judge is saying placement, and then every time we have a detention hearing, it's something new. So I thought I thought they were supposed to, Judge Kim ordered placement a couple of months ago, and
I
it
think
seems
they ordered
like it's not happening.
He ordered a placement search, my understanding. And so they're still in the process of doing that for some reason. Do you know the status of that, Mr. Reyes?
No, Your Honor. As of last week, they're still in process of searching his placement.
Okay. And Ms. Lara, it's because we all have the same offense reports. And so, I mean, it's just to make things clear, Judge Kim did order it because he saw the path that, you know, Rudy's the pattern, right? And so, yeah, it says that the placement search is still in process. You know what has me torn also, Rudy, is that, and so whatever they said about, I mean, yeah, and your attorney's right. I agree that the court can take that into consideration, that new offense that came in at a later time. It doesn't change the fact that you have been level 1 outstanding for 2 weeks straight here. So I get that. What I'm also concerned about, because of your long pattern, I'm kind of, right now, I want to protect you from yourself. Because you do have an adjudication and a motion to modify set for December 8th, right? I have the same concerns your mom has. If I were to release you and you have any hiccups, which your pattern shows that you are likely to, yeah, it's like every few months you can't help yourself, you know, in here is what I'm looking at. I mean, you have gone a long time without any issues, but then when you do, you do. It's a month.
I believe because he was in Clarinda. He was in Clarinda for 8 months, and that's why.
Yeah, that's why that good gap. When he's out, he's just tearing it up. And here's what it is, Rudy. I'm mostly concerned for you that if I let you out, you may blow the option for placement and you may end up in TJJD when it comes time for your final. Okay? Rudy, are you paying attention or not? I know you're upset. But right now, I'm trying to keep you out of TJJD. I know it's hard to understand that because I'm saying I want to keep you here. My concern is if I release you, you go out there and start tearing things up like you do, that when you come back for your adjudication, I'm sure it's set in front of Judge Kim, right?
That's in front of you or Judge Porter, Your Honor.
Is it?
I believe you.
Okay.
Don't quote me.
Okay. So Mary's confirmed. She said it's set for contested in front of Judge Porter on the 8th of December. I don't want Judge Porter to send you to TJJD. I want to give you the opportunity to have a placement, okay, to help you and help rehabilitate you there. I'm concerned if I let you out, you're going to continue your pattern and you are going to increase the probability that you would be going to TJJD.
Your Honor, we're really gunning here. I shouldn't use that word. We're pushing for a non-delinquent on the new felony offense here. That's why we've set it for trial.
No, I understand. And I want him to have, you know, I want him to have the, you know, best options available to him, right?
Sure.
Mr. Reyes, how long before the placement search? Done? Do you know?
No idea, you know, but I can check again today with the staffing.
Please. I mean, he's doing really well, and I'm concerned that, you know, being here this long doing well, he's going to hit a hiccup, which is going to hurt his placement options. Concerned if I send him home, he's going to fall back into his pattern. Rudy, I'm trying to break the pattern with you. I'm on your team right now, okay? As far as trying to help you. We need to break your pattern.
Your Honor, could we ask for maybe a contingent release, if it would be okay with you? Like if he stays on level 1 till Monday or Tuesday or something, you'd let him go?
I'm considering that because that's not the deal I made with him last time. What I said to him last week is that I remember that I would really consider letting him go home today. And I am, Rudy, okay? I am. And Mom's here, and that's why I asked her what her thoughts are, and I'm kind of thinking the same thing as Mom. And I know Mom's frustrated, probably wants the placement thing, she probably wants answers for you too, and to move it a step in the right direction. And that's what I want too, because you're not getting what you need here. But going home, I'm afraid you might hurt yourself even more right now. Okay. Let's do this.
Can I just mention one thing, Judge?
Sure.
So the reason I'm so concerned, this last time when he cut his ankle monitor off, he had somebody that he met in there come in my house. They stole TVs out of my house. And that's when he was with this kid. He got jumped by 20 other kids that got caught on video. And that's when he caught this new charge. It's escalating, and I'm scared he's gonna end up in the morgue.
I am too. I know who he's hanging out with. I know who you're running around with.
He's in there. He's meeting new kids, and when he comes home, he talks to them, and they come up with these plans, and now it's to a point where he's bringing them into my home, stealing from my home, putting my other children in danger. I just don't understand why placement is taking so long, because I think Judge Kim ordered it a couple of months ago. It seems like nothing's being done with it.
I don't either. That's why Mr. Reyes said he will check on it again. And then, here's what we're going to do, Rudy. I want to, Mr. Reyes, please check on that again.
Yes, ma'am.
Rudy, keep your behavior level up. Placement is going to be your options for placement are going to be much greater and much better if your behavior level stays where it is now. Okay. And that's what I want, because placement's going to give you the treatment. It's going to get you away from all these people. Your mom's going to be able to help cooperate with that too. And it's going to be so much better for you than just flat out going home and not getting treatment. I recall that from another detention hearing, Mom. When did that occur? When he brought the kids over to your house?
This is when he had the ankle monitor on this last time. He was only home for 3 days, and he cut it off. And that's when they stole out of my house, and that's when he picked up this new offense.
Did Judge Terry lose her post-it that tells her which ones she's allowed to release and which ones she didn't? She is. Okay, I'm gonna tell a quick story. It was not racing. Here's the thing. You can basically call it ADHD, but in a roundabout way. I was 23 or 24 years old. I had a 4-year-old daughter and a husband, and I was like, living a straight and narrow life. I didn't drink, I didn't smoke. I didn't use my ID for anything. And so my driver's license actually expired and I didn't notice. Here, your license expires on your birthday and every like 5 years or whatever. And so, but I never gotten pulled over. I've never had any type of driver's infraction at all ever. And so I was like, I just literally didn't know about it. And so like this was 3 months after my birthday. And I was driving my sister downtown to go to her hair school. She's a hairdresser. And this police officer like puts his lights on behind me. I'm like, what the fuck? Like I'm downtown, nothing. Like I've done nothing. Like this is insane. So I like pull over and he comes over and he's like a little bit hyped and he's like, you realize your license, can I see your driver's license? And I was like, yeah. I give it to him and he's like, you realize your license is expired, right? And I was like, no, what? And he's like, yeah. And I was like, no, I didn't. And he's like, give me a second. And he goes back to the car and my sister like gets out of the car and she's like, I gotta go to school. And I'm like, okay. And, the guy comes back and he goes, you didn't know it was expired? And I was like, no. And I've never even had a speeding ticket. Like I really don't, I'm not a bad driver. I didn't even know I had ADD at the time. I just literally was just like, I don't know what. Anyways, so he was like, I'm not going to tow your car. Well, I have to write you this ticket. And I was like, why did you pull me over anyways? Like, what did I do? He's like, oh, we have automatic license scanners. And because you're the registered owner of this vehicle, now in our license plate scanner, it pops up that the registered owner of the vehicle is unlicensed. So I didn't even commit an infraction. Those license plate scanners have subsequently been banned in our province, I believe, for the way that they were being used. Anyways, so to carry on with the story, I was like, okay, so, what do I do? And he's like, you have to go pay the ticket. I live in British Columbia and we only have one insurance company. It's called ICBC. So it's like, you have to go down to ICBC, take care of it, get your license renewed, all this stuff. So that Monday, I do that. He didn't tow the car. He let me park it downtown and lock it up. And he just gave me this driving while license expired ticket. So I went down to ICBC. I paid the ticket, which was like expensive. I, renewed, I got my driver's license. And what happens here in British Columbia is we have a graduated licensing program. It goes L for learner, N for new driver, and then you're a fully licensed driver. So your L can take as little as 1 year, but as long as like 3 years. And your N can take as little as 2 years. It's a very long program, but as long as like 5 years. So I still had my N at the time, I guess. Anyways, that's important for the story because I, went that weekend, that Monday or whatever, and I had to do a test to pass my full driver's license. And I did. I passed my test. I got my full driver's license. I paid my fine. I thought, okay, you've learned a lesson. Anyways, so about 4 months later in the mail, I got a letter from the commissioner of the ICBC Corporation suspending my driver's license for my dangerous driving record because of that one thing. And I was like, what? And they were suspending my license for 6 months. And keep in mind, I'd already paid the fine and already done all the stuff. And so my daughter was 4, so this was 10 years ago. And I literally but Reddit was still around. So I went on Reddit and I looked up like ICBC, like how to make an actual successful claim. Like I know that there's people that work there that give the goods. So I was like, there's got to be a way. And there was indeed a sort of layout, because basically if you want to appeal the ruling or appeal it, you have to pay $100 that's non-refundable just to appeal the decision. And so you have to write a letter. And so I appealed the decision by paying the $100, and I wrote this letter. And in the letter, I literally wrote, basically I didn't excuse my behavior whatsoever. I was like, I am so sorry. It was unacceptable of me and I should not have done it. I promise that every year going forward on my birthday, I will look at my driver's license and make sure that it's not expiring and that I will be on top of renewing it. And, I pointed out my driving record or whatever, but basically I just had to like grovel and admit my own wrong and just say it was my bad. And they did actually reverse the decision and not suspend my license in the end. But I think that was seriously annoying, because there are people in our province who get DUIs who get less problems with that. And also, it's very ADHD. Like very, very ADHD. And I was like still 4 years from diagnosis at that point. So I just had no clue. I was like, my whole life is a spiral of chaos. Okay, let's finish this off. And I am hearing you guys in the chat talking about your experiences with having insurance problems and driving problems. And I love reading all about it. I'm sorry for some of you. So here's a weird thing, Grace, I want to know your opinion on this. While I have ADHD, I have a sort of unique thing in that I am a good driver. And I know that's like standard for somebody with ADHD to say, but I literally don't have speeding tickets and I don't have accidents in my past. And I believe that's because of my aphantasia. I don't get visually distracted the same way, and I'm very like on it when I'm driving, and I have a feeling that's to do with the fact that of how my aphantasias develop, because I've always wondered like, wow, like ADHD is very co-indicated with bad driving records. Super like correlated. So it always surprised me. But then when I found out people had little movie shops in their heads and you can watch different things up there all the time, and no wonder people are daydreaming the days away. Hi, Chad. How are you? Chada. You know what's funny is sometimes your brain only reads the beginning of people's names for like years. And you just sort of like how you type it gets in your brain. Anyways, let's continue.
All right, Rudy, I'm going to keep you here. Let's check on you a week from today again. And I want to hopefully have answers to the placement search problem. I hope you understand, Rudy. I'm trying to keep you out of TJJD right now. Okay. Well.
So, Judge, you said on the 17th?
I want Rudy to come back. I need to explain something to him. Please bring him back. What was that, Mr. Green?
The 17th, the detention hearing?
Yes, a week from today, yes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. I think they're protecting Rudy because they've muted it.
Hold on a second.
You know, Ms. Smith, if we could come up with a viable placement option, we could drop the trial, but.
Your Honor, you ready for the next kid?
No, I'm ready to have Rudy back for a minute.
Give me a minute, Your Honor. We've taken him down to his room.
Okay, thank you. I know.
These are some of the times when I think that these people don't
Your
understand.
Honor, we're not gonna be able to get him back just at the moment.
Okay, we'll do Mr. Wright, and then Rudy can be back here. You can let Rudy know that I'm going to rescind my offer to come back in a week, or my order. I'll just change my order.
Here he comes, Your Honor.
Pardon?
Here he comes.
Okay. Hey, Rudy. I know you're mad, and what I wanted to tell you before you walked off, I didn't excuse you. 2, don't mess your behavior level up right now. I know you're angry. Do not let this mess up your behavior level, okay? I need you to work with me on this.
You did the same thing last week. You told me to stay level 1. You didn't even give me another week. I did 2 more. I've been level 1 for 2 weeks.
I know you've been level 1 for 2 weeks. I know that. So I had you come back.
I'm just sitting dead time. It's dead time sitting in here. Like, I'm waiting for placement, and no placement call me. My PO don't call me. My attorney doesn't call me. I don't get no news from nobody.
I understand, and that's why I've asked Mr. Reyes to follow up on that. And that's why I want to come.
Because he's mad at my mom.
Rudy, I don't think anyone's mad at your mom.
Because my mom asked him for a supervisor, so he doesn't call us no more.
Rudy,
let's stop, okay?
We did the same deal last week.
Rudy, don't mess up your behavior level. I don't care if I keep you here a month. I'm going to tell you, there's some people that have been level 1 outstanding for longer than you, and they're just going to sit here. But I am trying to work with you right now, and you alone specifically, okay? Please don't mess this up. I'm trying to set you up. You are facing some serious stuff, and I'm trying to set you up for the best outcome possible, okay? Everyone here is trying to help you. Just keep that in mind, that my goal here in this court is not for purposes of punishing you. It is to rehabilitate you and help you, okay? That's what I'm trying to set up here. I need you to trust this process, okay? I've heard someone say Rudy's his own worst enemy. That's what you're doing right now, okay? I know you don't want to sit here. I don't want you here, but I also am protecting you from yourself by keeping you here right now.
Well, nobody's protecting me, bro.
Well, you know what, Rudy? I can just say we can come back in 2 weeks, but I don't want to do that.
I'm sorry.
I'm trying to work with you.
No, I know.
You need to stop with this. Keep your behavior level up, Rudy. Mr. Reyes is going to report back to the court on what the placement cert, what's going on with that. Okay, that's what we're going to do. But I have a plan for you, and I would like to see it work out. But you've got to do your part. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. You may be excused.
May I read this, Ms. Your Honor?
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good day. Bye.
Thank you, Mr. Green. Okay, so Jamal
Yes,
Wright. Okay, do we have a parent or guardian here for Mr. Wright?
Well, I test the parents to let them know, but I've not gotten a response. I just got.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Edgy. Who is Cantrice McHenry?
Right here.
Okay, who are you here for?
Jacob Barber.
Well, these were set for 10:30 and he was second on the list, so you missed his hearing.
I was wondering if I did. My phone was turned off. I apologize.
Yeah, you missed his hearing. And ma'am, in the future, when you come to court, you have to not be laying down. You've got to be sitting up with your camera on, okay?
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, we do not have a family for the next detention.
Okay. All right, thank you. Mr. Wright, I'm Judge Terry. This is your 10-day detention hearing. You have a right to have this hearing every 10 business days, and you know the purpose is to determine whether I should keep you here or if I can release you to a parent or guardian. You also have the right to remain silent, but if you do speak, nothing you say can be held against you at any other kind of proceeding. I can only consider it for detention purposes. You also have a right to have an attorney, and your attorney is Mr. Ferguson. I don't see him here today, so Ms. Julie Jacobson will be acting as your attorney today. Yes.
Oh, that's what I was going to explain, but you got caught on that. Yeah.
I'm sorry. What was that, Mr. Adeniji?
I was going to explain why I'm here when
he's retained. Are you covering for him?
No, I'm not covering for him. I understand he was retained by the family and come to find out there are new referrals and Mr. Taylor was representing one of the defendant in the other referrals. So he has a conflict and he withdrew.
Oh.
So I got a call this morning to get back on, I'm sure just like you said, probably for the detention hearing. And I was already communicated with the parents that this is what's going on in case they are not aware. So that they should be given time to go and look for another attorney who would not have a conflict.
Okay. So you're up again then, is that what you're saying?
I don't know that I'm up if the parents are able to retain another attorney. So I may be up for the detention hearing.
Yes. Well, that's what I mean, for the detention hearing only for you today, because Mr. Wright, you have a right to have an attorney, and Mr. Adeniji is going to be your attorney for today's purposes, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Let's see where we are with this. You've been level 1 outstanding for it since October 30th. So
and that's why, Judge, I will be making a request to release on condition of electronic monitoring pending the time all these issues are resolved.
Well, let's see here. So just over a week, he's been on level 2. This is just, or level 1, I mean. He's been accepted to Clarinda. Based on his progress with his REACH therapist, placement would be beneficial to allow him to continue addressing trauma and grief. So when is the placement supposed to take place, Ms. Cruz?
Just whenever we get approval, whenever this court situation is settled, we'll be able to proceed.
You have nothing is set for him, Mary?
Judge, my understanding before you returned Mr. Taylor was department is recommending placement, but the DA's office, they're not agreeing with that. So they are asking for TJJD time. So that's where we are when the parents decided they're going to retain another attorney. So just to keep it updated.
Okay, and he's set for November 23rd. This one's just...
Judge?
Yes.
He just received new cases that were submitted on May 8th. So we just received those last week.
Is this the one about the shots fired in Arlington, Texas, in the apartment complexes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so let's see.
Those referrals came in on the 3rd.
Okay, let me just go back here. Supervisory caution, waive, not true. Probation as of February of this year for assault, family member, impeding breath. Let's see. consolidated probation for an unauthorized use of vehicle. That was on February 12th of this year also. Family violence, not true. Continuous violence against family, not true. And then a directive to apprehend. So you were on probation for 2 months. And then a DTA was issued. And then, let's see. It says on May 8th of this year, officers responded to shots fired and found at both sides of the duplex on Ventura in Arlington, Texas. The duplex, both sides sustained damage from projectiles, and that one of the victims in the duplexes had been hit by a projectile which grazed her right cheek. During the investigation, officers observed a silver 2008 Ford Explorer that had been listed as stolen out of Grand Prairie, attempted to make a traffic stop. All occupants of the vehicle fled on foot. Latent prints on the vehicle matched you. Officers located videos on social media and on your phone in which you were wearing clothing matching clothing of one of the suspects who fled from the stolen vehicle. Videos showed you with the gun and firing it out of the window of a vehicle. It's like video yourselves doing this stuff. On October 16th, officers obtained a statement from a suspect who had been identified by his prints also in the stolen vehicle. That suspect stated that you were the one in the car at the time of the shooting and that you fired your weapon at the duplex. The suspect further stated that at the time of the shooting, you were in dispute with the victim's son over a girl. Oh, so now things are coming to a head and you guys start snitching on each other. That's what's going on. So then let's see, a few days later, it says that you were referred into custody on May 11th of 2020 by Fort Worth PD for failure to ID. Fugitive, intent to give false information, and a directive to apprehend issued by Judge Porter for runaway. According to the police report, officers received a call of a disturbance in which suspects jumped onto the victim's balcony and took items. Victim provided clothing descriptions of two suspects. While en route, officers received word that suspects were at a nearby gas station. The officers arrived on scene, and one of them identified himself as Jaquan Wright. Officers located a directive to apprehend warrant showing for a Jamal Wright, which matched the same last name and date of birth that the juvenile provided. Officer asked the suspect to provide an emergency contact number and he provided his sister's information. He contacted sister via telephone who provided mother's information, and then the officer contacted mother via telephone and informed her about the situation. She advised that her son's name was Jamal Wright and gave the date of birth. Officer concluded that you intentionally provided a fictitious first name. Let's see. You're identified as a runway with a directive to apprehend, and later was confirmed that the warrant and removed him as a runway. Okay. And you were transferred to detention back in May. Doesn't make sense. Then it says on June 18th, you were referred before Fort Worth PD on a charge of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. It says that on May 7th of 2020, officers responded to a call of shots fired. The victim was a UPS driver at the Autumn Chase Apartments. Okay, yeah, this is the one I knew about. When making a delivery, when a bullet came through his windshield, and he took cover. Witness described 3 black males in a black BMW who arrived at the apartments at the front. And the front passenger began shooting at the complex with a handgun. Car was later found abandoned and had been reported stolen. Evidence in the vehicle led police to you. You posted photos on Instagram showing you and the other 2 suspects posing in and on the car with guns. You're identified by police as a gang member, and they believe the shooting is related to a gang war. Wow, that was just the day before. And then on the 8th, you allegedly were involved in another drive-by shooting. And then on the 11th, this was going onto the balcony and taking people's stuff, they're saying. 7th, 8th. one thing is for sure, someone's got to get a hold of you and get you out of that life before you end up in the ground, or you end up putting somebody in the ground and where there's no discussion anymore about trying to help you. You know what I mean?
Yes, ma'am.
When's he set for, you said, Mary? November 23rd. And there's no parent or guardian here, is that right?
She was sent the link to log in, but she was having some challenges with it, and I tried to explain to her, but she couldn't get in.
May I say something?
If it's about the offenses, then I wouldn't say anything if I were you, but other than that, I don't mind. If you don't mind, Mr. Adenishi?
Yes, Judge.
Go ahead, sir.
I was told that my next court date was set for December 23rd, and that I've now been level 1 for 20 days.
It's November 23rd. November 23rd, right, Mary? Okay. So it's really in just a couple of weeks, less than 2 weeks.
At this point, that may change because of the new referral, depending on what the DA decide whether to file
Right.
the petitions or not.
That may change. And now the fact that I've figured out that people are starting to snitch gives me great concern for you and other people if I were to release you. Because I know that you guys are wrapped up in this place where, you know, you guys think you have to do something about that. But you don't. So Mr. Wright, what I want to do, you've been level 1 outstanding for almost 2 weeks. I need you to stay there because the state wants to send you to TJJD. They're done. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
These offenses, these alleged offenses you have this year, you could have easily put someone in the ground. Okay? And so this is, I mean, level 1 outstanding is just like, should be a given. You should be like, just, what I'm saying is that just the serious nature of these offenses, that can't be the only thing I consider as just your behavior level, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
But I tell you, it will come into play whenever your final hearing is. I need you to stay there. I am concerned just because of your documented gang involvement and your history and the serious nature of this, that you will end up out there reoffending, because it seems right now at your young age, that's all you know. Or somebody will get to you and hurt you. So I need you to stay on level 1 outstanding, and so we can just to optimize, keep you safe, keep the community safe, and to optimize your outcome for the best positive outcome for you. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
So I am going to keep you detained, because I'm concerned for the community safety, your safety, and I'm concerned that you may be on your way to TJJD. I don't know. I hope not, but I hope there's some other way to get to you and get you on the right path.
Yes, ma'am.
But keeping you here and giving you the chance to show everybody that you can stay on good behavior is part of me trying to help you. So I'm going to keep you detained.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome.
Am I free to go, Judge?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay, do not bring in the next juvenile at this time.
I can leave.
Oh, of course they did.
Of course they did, Judge Terry, because y'all don't have your shit together. Whatever. I would like to tell you guys a little story before I play the next clip. What I want to tell you is I used to pass out all the time for some reason. Like, and maybe when you guys in the chat are talking about like brain fog, I couldn't really identify, but maybe I do. But basically, very often I had a vasovagal reflex when I would come from like head down to head up. I could pass out, and then just sometimes like I would have I would have sort of a fainting spell. So, but I could feel it coming. And like sometimes it would feel like I was awake, but I couldn't really control what was going on. But like I could know, like, you need to get to a place where you can sort of be down and safe. And then like it would pass after a little bit. And I remember, I cannot now, can I remember? I can't remember. I don't know where I learned it, but somewhere, um, somebody probably on YouTube, just being real. A doctor said, like, if you get a pre-warning for the fainting spell about to happen, you're very lucky. Not everybody does, but if you know what it feels like, you can identify it. The first thing you need to do is identify the very, very first symptom of the fainting spell about to happen. And as soon as you do that, you need to squeeze the biggest muscles in your body as absolutely hard as you can. And so that means your thighs and like your upper arms like this, and you literally are like as hard as your muscles can go. And since I've done that, I've not passed out once, because the ability to stop the blood flow with the largest muscles like that seems to work some way, and the spell will pass instead of starting. And I literally have not passed out since I learned that tip. So, but I've had points where I knew it was coming, but I just didn't react for you know what I mean? Anyways, maybe sometimes it happens, but every time I've been able to catch it, that works. Yeah. I drink a lot of coffee and used to drink a lot of pop. And so I used to think I had diabetes. And I asked a doctor about that and she laughed at me. She was like, that's so funny. I was like, no, I drink like a lot of Coke every day for my whole life. So y'all are telling us that's not good. And then they tested me and it was like completely normal. Okay, I need to set this up. I would like a 1 in the chat if you've ever ridden public transit. 1 in the chat if you've ever ridden public transit. Because what I've learned is that some Americans have never ridden public transit. So that's something we have to be careful of. So did I say 1 if you've never ridden public transit and you're all putting in 1s? Or did I say the other way? Somebody's got to remind me already. Well, and so here's the thing. I understand like New York has a public transit system to arrival. Like it's good and bad in many ways. And then most people have the experience of Grace, who it's like, there ain't no buses around here and I'm not going anywhere, so why would I? Or like I'm not able to get anywhere effectively, so it really is not worthwhile to utilize. And then I live in a place where you can walk and cycle to a lot of places and there is decent public transit, but it's not Hyundai P. Disclaimer, I've worked for the public transit company. Anyways, but I've ridden the bus and it is not like, it's not dangerous here to ride a bus, but there are mentally ill people on the bus a lot of the time. When you get like social assistance here, you automatically get a free bus pass that works all throughout the province, so you can get on the bus for free. The video that I'm about to show you, I'll give a trigger warning or just a warning. Trigger warning, I'm here and I'm mean. So get used to that. But really, what you're probably about to see is somebody having a mental health crisis, or hear, rather, you're going to hear it. And I'll stay on screen and sort of explain what happens. But this is actually me this week on a bus. And the other thing to remember in where I live in Canada, so in Canada, we're quite polite. And our town even went a little viral because people were enamored with the fact that we say thank you when we get off the bus, like we thank the driver, which is just sort of standard. Of course, you say thank you. Oh God. Please do send that. That's funny. But so the reason I say that is because, hold on, I'm trying to find the best place to find it. Fuck is the video. Always thank the driver, but more so in where I'm from in Victoria, it was sort of like unspoken rule. You don't really even speak on the bus. Even if you're with friends, you would maybe at a whisper talk to each other, but you should not be on your phone on the bus. You should not be loudly talking on the bus. You should always get up and give your seat to somebody older than you or with a child, or just if you're young and able to stand, you need to give your seat up. That's just a standard. Yeah, no music, no food, none of that. And you sit silently on the bus, you look ahead, you wear your headphones, you don't talk really, and you're good. And that's how the buses work. So why is this taking so long? Okay, here we go. It's worth it. I promise you. So anyways, let me finish the warning. There's a lot of swearing coming up, and this and there's I guess mention of drugs. So to set the stage, we're sitting on the bus. Our buses are, I know a lot about buses because I also was a tour operator and I ran with buses. So these buses are 32-seater buses with room for standing. There's a slightly raised back area, which has bench seating with a back wall bench. So you know how that back of a bus is. Anyways, I was sitting near to the stairs that go up to the back of the bus at the back side. And I got on the bus, and then this gentleman got on the bus. He was carrying a plastic bag with his items. He looked slightly disheveled, but what the fuck? Come on, buddy, no problem. We were all silent, and then immediately, within like a minute on the bus, he started yelling to nobody. Nobody spoke to him, and I started recording in my lap immediately. So what you'll see, I'll put the video up, but what you'll see is mostly like my purse and the floor, but you'll hear him going through his thing and then me trying to diffuse the situation. Because what happens is the people on the bus eventually get upset. But I work some magic. I want to hear your guys' ratings on how well I handled the situation, okay? So be prepared. You might want to turn it down a little bit because this might be loud. Okay. Go.
Now fucking act, fucking alert. Preventative. Tell them not responsive. On your ride, while you're skipped. You fucking falsified frauds. That's what kooks are good for. For their show. They're not shown, they're not confusing on why they fucking doing trails. Can't do it, can't. That's not my problem. Get it from agitated, good fucking at large. 2 from of which on the first time saved, that's all my therapy. Or after the driver. When you're goof, when you're redundant, when you're processed, he does it. Only. Not my damn well, fucking anyhow. The fucking they get fucking overthrown fucking too bad. They're fucking well doing episodes by escapades. Oh my difference. Fucking of it. No fucking doodles. Flagrant why get out fucking in. Damn different. Not my fucking agitation to a period.
Can we whisper? Can we whisper?
You didn't get ass any shit ass fucking thick pass.
Right now.
You can or can't. You're right.
Dude.
If it's that.
I didn't pay to listen.
Don't do responsives for goofs. Redundant. On your damn difference. While you're influenced.
Bus driver, would you stop him at the next stop and get him off, or I'm gonna call the
You
police?
can't get the thing go if you does it. They're not skipping it. I'm getting damn well. Predators trying to advance and decline. You can single out of here to apply while you're at it. Falsified, fraud. Damn different. Not the damn different. Too bad if it's not my fault. They fucking are goofs. Redundant. Acting fucking inquisitive. I don't need block. Assembly production. Not indifferent on it either.
So quite obviously you can hear he's not well and everybody is on the bus mostly handling it, but people are getting agitated. And the bus, you can hear it's now coming to another stop. And so the confrontation is going to increase here in a minute. The woman's voice is my voice that you can hear for the most part. And what happens is new people board the bus that don't know what's going on at all, and they go to the back of the bus, but I kick my leg out and I block the way just sort of on the down low, and you'll hear me say like, you don't want to come back here, my dude, just a little tip. And so I sort of like stopped the guy from getting on the bus, but this is where things sort of the bus stopped moving at this point, and I knew what was going to happen. So this is when I sort of got more into it. I obviously know he's not well, and I wanted to just like, honestly, if we had all been quiet, nobody would have said anything. We would have gone the whole ride. He would have got off at his stop, and that's the way it would have been. But because even the driver knows that he's not well, but it's actually the other guy that's getting agitated that is sort of creating the issue. And I understand that it's not pleasant. I get it. And you'll see what happens. It's got a happy-ish ending, but let's continue.
Time's in. You do better than that.
31, downtown.
Or you can't.
I wouldn't. I would take a seat down there.
Hell, fucking overthrow.
Yeah. Just
Right goes.
Just a
Or
little.
redundant.
Just a little tip.
Or predators. And fucking schizoids. Scribulars.
Why is he not kicked off this bus when we're all paying?
Well, because he's obviously having a mental health crisis.
You don't have a fucking shit-ass demand. I don't take demands.
We're asking nicely.
Don't skip it. I don't want responses to occur.
Okay, well then don't yell.
Don't get responsive then.
Well, you
Either. You're
you
in the wrong.
started it.
No, you did with your sputtering.
I did.
Yes, actually.
I don't.
Why
think
is he
so.
still on this
Too
bus?
bad with the assembly.
I want him off this bus.
You get and you does your job.
We're paying
Different.
this service.
While you're at
We're
it.
not listening to this. Get him off this bus.
You can't
You guys,
get it
what's
go
going to happen?
with
They'll
the
clear us
responsive.
off the bus before they clear him off for safety. So if you want to get moving,
we're gonna
he's
assembly,
not going to come
does
off
it.
first. That's just the way
Different
this
them
is going.
difference, They got
So
what?
we can either drive and continue the
You've
way
got
we normally do,
obstruction.
which is ignoring things like this.
Didn't do it with
But
the
they will
compagulants, not
clear
the
us all
scribblers.
off the bus first. But we get it. Can we whisper?
Don't get scribbler at me.
Do me a solid, please.
Don't get scribbler at me.
I'm not scribbling.
I didn't ask it responsive.
No, you begged.
No, you acted responsive, begging your own self with therapy.
Oh God,
Wanting it.
you.
I'm different. In overdose, not my difference. I'm not doing anything wrong.
Well, you're being a wee loud.
I'm
Wee
getting
bit loud.
responsives only.
You're being a wee bit loud. Hey, if I give you some
I'll
weed, do
try
you
it
want to get
down
off the bus?
I'll be one stop.
Do you want me to get off the bus if I give you some
Two
weed?
stops, to be honest. I'll try to
If you get off right now, I'll give you some weed.
Sure, but I might.
No, you gotta get off though. Come on.
No, I don't think I should. I don't think it's different.
You don't want any?
I'm not trying to.
Well, you can walk that far, and I've got weed for you.
Oh, I see.
I'm not joking. Get up and move, and I'll give you some.
Well,
Let's go.
all right, two stops. I'm
Yep.
sorry if I got upset.
It's okay.
About your difference.
You just take a walk. Go right outside. Here we go. Here we go. If you are able, please exit through the rear door. That's okay. You keep going. You keep going. Okay. There we go. You're welcome. Sorry, guys.
Please use handrails when standing or moving around the bus.
No teasing. I gave him weed. I didn't tease at all. I 100%. No, I had unrolled weed. I just had like, I probably gave him more than I should have, but I wasn't about to be lying. And honestly, I already knew. I know you are, CRD. But here's the thing, I would have given him a rolled joint if I had it, because that's a better offer. You know, cigarettes will accomplish the same task as well. So, but here's the thing, and what I want to say is like, I probably handled that situation in a way that wouldn't be allowed by most organizations. However, it's probably the least impactful way to handle that for everybody, on resources, on everything, if you think about it. And like, that bus was able to continue. If I wasn't wrong, if they had stopped us, they would have taken all of us off the bus first before they would have allowed him to get off the bus. They would have had to bring another bus or whatever, or the police would have come. They would have taken him in, locked him up. I think it was a defusing of a situation. And honestly, I could have sat through the bus ride. You know, like, I gave them the offer. I said, you can sit through this. We can ignore this. Like, oh, you paid for the bus. It's fucking $2.25, bud. So I'm not quite sure this is like a soft sit sort of argument. Like, I'm not quite sure what you think your $2 pays for in terms of the transit operation, but I can tell you it's not much. Okay. So, like, fair or not, I understand. And the other thing is, I've worked in transit. I understand that there are incidents, and that can't always be the way of dealing with it. But I thought it was, yeah. a de-escalation situation, I managed to catch my next bus. And so here's the thing, like you'll notice the driver in this bus wasn't heard at all, right? You didn't hear this driver, you didn't he didn't intervene by yelling, nothing, which is totally fine. That's in his handbook. He had already called on the phone right up ahead to the transit supervisor on duty who was already behind the bus while I did this situation. And like I saw them and I was like, oh, this is going to escalate. So again, using my knee rack powers, my reverse Karen powers, I was able to diffuse that situation. Now, I had one idea, and then I lost it. Grant points to KCC. Oh, wouldn't that be nice? The people on the bus as well, I get it. Like, but the driver, that's right. So the driver on that bus didn't engage, and that's okay. You know, his job is to drive the bus. I don't want him to worry about dealing with fare collection, security enforcement, none of that. None of that is a driver's job. His job is to drive the bus safely to where it needs to be. So I don't need the driver to do this. Now, the funny thing is, so on my way to the end of that bus ride, like there was the guy that I had stopped from coming up, and he was like, wow, that was pretty crazy. And I was like, well, you know, I don't really know how to explain why I know how to talk or do those things, but just my life and all the different experiences I've had. But so I get off that bus and I walk to my next bus that I have to catch. And of course, the funny thing is, this is a whole new bus. These are whole new people. None of these people know that I am the hero of the bus from before, right? And I'm like, shit, son, you just like single-handedly fucking dealt with that like a boss. Thank you very much. And so I'm like lamenting a little bit. I'm like, damn, I didn't get a bus buddy who's coming to this part of the bus, like with me to transfer so that we can like be like, my God, this is the bus situation. Did you imagine that? But no, it was just me. And so, but my bus came right away, which is always a nice thing. And I walk towards the bus and the door opens and somebody ahead of me goes on. And then the gentleman, the driver who's driving this bus, looks me dead in the eye and he smiles so big at me and he goes, good afternoon, miss. Welcome aboard. I hope you're having a wonderful day. And I was like, well, thank you. I really am. Thanks. And he addressed every single person like that when they got on the bus and when they got off the bus. And it was just like, and the other thing was, I wasn't even really going to take that bus that day. I happened to go for that bus. Like sometimes I find myself having been put in the right place at the right time to intervene in situations that others, you know, get upset about. And here's the other thing. So this morning I woke up and I read the news. And there was a boy stabbed on a bus in our province just like last week or this week. And again, like I'm not advocating going into dangerous situations with no heed of your safety or thought. I'm pretty situationally aware of how things are going and what people are doing, and I see a lot of what's going on. And so I choose to engage in certain situations, and I know that it's harder and harder. It's hard to ask people to do that. But what I want is more people to be willing to, like, I tried to say this man's having a mental health crisis. Like, I really wish other people might have gotten behind me on that instead of getting behind Buddy getting kicked off the bus. And again, think about it. The way that I was dealing with it, again, would get us to where we want to go. So do we want to like exact justice in the moment for somebody who's experiencing a crisis, or would we rather accomplish what we want to do, which is get to our destination? Anyways, that was my experience. I also had oh man, I've had doozies, absolute doozies of situations, many life experiences, but also many like, yeah, situations. And honestly, I don't, well, I do advocate being involved and getting. Here's the thing, and I say this to my daughter, and in here I can't do it. I can't do it right now, and I won't do it to you guys. But you would probably be proud of how fucking loud I can be. My voice is one of my biggest weapons in the world, and I'm just a Karen. I'm just like, get the manager out here now. But the way it can work, like I already figured out. So that's like the reverse Karen, that's the way I see it. And doing that, okay, here's the thing. Most people don't understand mental health breaks. So about like 2 years ago, when there was like a lot of violence against violence from police officers and like jail people against like prisoners and people, I was like, why is that happening? And I was like, again, I always think outside the box. And so one of my rabbit holes that I've been down before is realizing that the education that is given to different sheriff's departments, county police offices, and different municipalities and their law offices is all arbitrary. You can call yourself an expert on something, and fuck, if somebody hires you, you're a goddamn expert. So I came up with a little program. I based it off the DARE program, the Drug Abuse Resistance Education Program. And I called it BARE, Bad Arrest Resistance Education. So what it would include is an intensive training session, which is 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at all times. And I am going to annoy the fucking shit out of you all weekend long. And you can't hit me. And you can't. You have to learn how to deal with it. You're going to have to practice your big boy words. And then we have speakers that come in and talk about de-escalation techniques, that talk about ways to help people with mental health crises. And the whole time, it's like a program where they make a scrapbook. Every like little bit of their program, they get little bits of their scrapbook. And at the end of it, they'll have this laminated scrapbook with all these sort of things that they've done. I've literally written out a program on this. I have a fucking script for the first lesson where we talk about why people became police officers. The other thing is this whole program is to identify bad police officers. Super easy within this format. And all you need to do, they get put on fucking special watch. We watch these ones. And yeah. It's the reality though, Amy, is like most people that are good at that type of thing absolutely don't need this. What this is to weed out angry people that have the inability to not react, basically. So when Judge Manning talks about banning people from MARTA, I always find that really interesting. So like you'd think, oh, the dude that I talked about on the bus, if the police came and arrested him, he might be banned from the bus. No, that's not going to happen here where I live. And the reason for that is because like the public transportation system is public and it's incredibly difficult to ban somebody from it, and it's actually even more effectively impossible to ban somebody from something like that because there are thousands of drivers, and it would be unrealistic to train them to like not only identify people by face that are not supposed to get on transit for some whatever reason, and then engage and escalate that person for what reason. It just slows down the service as well. The reality is like all of these situations and whatever are delays within the transit system. So MARTA might be a private company and that's entirely possible, but effectively you have to think about how how would you enforce that? How do you circulate pictures to every driver? Like how do you effectively ban somebody from something like a transportation system which has so many entry and exit points where unless you're planning on using a facial recognition system, it's really not worthwhile. Also, think about how many times we hear that. So what that says to me is that the MARTA either has their own transit force who works in conjunction with the police, and maybe they have there's Pigeon saying that right there. So yeah, my question would be if those police officers are deputized civilians who are allowed only to patrol MARTA, or if they are they armed like regular police officers, or do they only deal with the transportation? Yeah. Like our police, we have transit police in big cities, but not in my city. There's no transit police. There's a supervisor. Like I said, the supervisor was on the behind. And I'm in the capital city, but we don't have a transit police force. But I worked in the transit emergency department and we process all we call the police basically, whatever municipality you're in, because where I live, there's like 10 or something. So, actually, funny enough, as I as I think about it, recently there was apparently a BBC television show about it's like Amazing Race style where they drop pairs of contestants off in British Columbia, which is where I'm from, and then tell them to get somewhere without like using a car or without there's some caveats anyways, but they were quite shocked to find coming from Europe that there was no like full public transit system to get them from place to place to place. And yeah, it was interesting apparently. So, anyways, I appreciate you guys coming tonight. I know that tomorrow, Mikey said earlier, not just like hours ago, that we got a chase for Friday. And I know that Time Served will probably have something awesome. And then I'll be back tomorrow night with something good as usual. And I really hope you all have a wonderful evening. I really enjoyed having you here. We made dinner. We didn't do dessert, but I think that was better. I don't think it was too missed. Most cities probably do have transit police. I love hearing about all your guys' stuff. Also, I'm gonna keep posting and see if I get new countries popping into the chat. Also, y'all are in the 1000 club. I am so close. That might even happen this weekend, so you never know. But I did promise that I would create like the streaming makeup, crying Karen that we've seen for that. So you have that to look forward to. All right, guys, you have a wonderful evening. Please have sweet dreams, and I will check with you tomorrow. Bye.